Hello, we're Route 66, and this is going to be our Halloween special, apparently. This today is a one-shot that I have lovingly titled Andalon Tales, The Sprig of 1000 Sensations. And yes, I'm serious. This is a game about food. And each of our characters today is going to have a little twist on them. This is a team of 5 of the ultimate chefs, or colomancers if you prefer, in the country of Andalon. So each of you kind of already are familiar with one another. I'm not going to say like you guys have worked together necessarily, unless you want to, but you guys are all fairly celebrity in the country of Andalon. And you're well-known chefs. You're chefs first, adventurers second, but also close second. And each of you has reached level 5 by undergoing some of these culinary adventures, you know, fighting sauce dragons or preventing the summoning of evil food elementals, stuff like that, you know. You're pretty good at what you do, though. And each of you 5 has been called to the town of Orivali, which is fairly near the capital of Andalon. Hang on, let me ping you there. There it is. Each of you has been called to this town with the promise of work. That is to say, specifically, there is a very difficult, very important task. Each of you kind of has an inkling that it relates to the annual autumn harvest feast. Andalon prioritizes food, if you can't tell, just by nature of the fact that you're all here and working well. But every year, in the capital of New Iolaire, there is a competition where the major cities and towns and villages across Andalon each prepare a community dish. And the dishes that pass sort of a preliminary, like a preliminary round, get entered in the competition in the capital in about a week. And the winner, of course, gets prestige. They get a lot of extra funding and money from the governing council of Andalon. They get statues made of the chefs who prepared this dish, and so on. So, given that the preliminary round is in about a week, when each of you is called to Orivali, you kind of have a guess that it might be related. So each of you stands to gain money, fame, prestige, and maybe some new ingredients and cooking-ware. So, with that said, I'd like to go through and kind of have each of you introduce yourself. No scene per se yet, just kind of tell me a little about like your character, what you look like to the outside eye. We'll say, I guess, on the road as you're approaching Orivali. Who wants to go first?
Classic. Nobody.
Mm-hmm.
Literally no one.
I guess I can go first. Do you want like a description of?
Yeah, please.
Essentially.
And also like who you are.
Well, I'm not going to get into character just yet, but her name is Sophie. She is a very, very large Goliath. She has dark hair, pretty long, but pulled up out of her face, wearing chainmail. She has tattoos that almost look like stripes, like kind of down her cheek and going down her arms, legs. She's got a very large maul and a cleaver hanging at each side of her, each hip. She's got a bag of a lot of planking, cooking, cutlery and stuff like that. That's pretty much what she looks like. She walks with purpose, probably leading the group, I would say.
Okay. Who's next?
You want to know? Want to know any more? Is that okay?
That's fine. That's fine. Sure.
Okay. I'm playing Ro, who is a half elf. He probably doesn't look like much. Like at first glance, unless you notice the ears, you probably wouldn't even be able to tell he was half elf. Just looks like the most average guy ever. Light brown hair, grey eyes, slightly tall, like 5'11", but nothing special. Just not really carrying anything either. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Not really carrying much. A little, just a backpack. No obvious weapons. Probably doesn't look like he belongs here.
Okay. Little out of place.
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
But he looks confident and comfortable within himself. Just a little bit like he shouldn't be on an adventure with successful people.
All right. Gotcha. Who's next?
I can go next. So I am Carrot, spelt with 2 R's, no O's. I am a gnome. The shorter side of a gnome, about 3 foot tall.
Ooh, that is short.
I am very, very short. Kind of disheveled. I've been living. You can see that I've got like maybe a few twigs or leaves just rustled in my hair from living out in the wilds. I have a shield strapped across my back and a mace by my side.
Okay.
Dark brown hair, dark brown eyes, and that is pretty much it.
That's it. Good enough for me.
That's it.
Sure. Who's next?
Okay, I'll go. So my character's name is Patricia Dorothea Cake. You can call her Patty for short. She's pretty small. She's about 3 feet tall. She has dark maroon, kind of subtle clothes. Like she has a cloak on. She's wearing this faded gold kind of shawl over her shoulders. She has a nice leather bag that's carrying books, the top of which is exposed. There's cookbooks inside of it. She's quite old. She has wrinkles on her skin. She's kind of got an olive complexion, some liver spots. One of her eyes is very clear and blue. The other one is kind of clouded over, as if there's maybe some cataracts there. She also has a walking stick that is far taller than she is. And she has gray, silvery hair that's pulled back in 2 big braids and kind of fixed on the back of her head. And she loosely wears this cloak like on halfway up with the hood. So,
Like she can't quite decide if it's up or down.
and she's a halfling, so.
Gotcha. All right. And last but not least,
I am playing Cherry Littlebottom. She is a hill dwarf. She is wearing loose-fitting slacks, armor in which she's pretty comfortable, clearly, but the rest of her looks decidedly out of place. Her boots have wedges underneath, and she's walking not only at the back, but clearly trying to get used to the idea of heels. She's applied makeup, or tried to, but quite badly. Her hair and her beard has been dyed, very ineptly, but clearly trying to make it clear that dwarven women are awesome. Out of her backpack, she has multiple handles of various implements, and around her neck, you can see a small silver bowl hanging from this.
Okay. I imagine a lot of like rattling around of her stuff as she moves. A lot of kind of a noisy walker. Okay. All right, so now let me tell you guys a little bit about what you're walking into. The town of Orivali is built right along the banks of the Pastana River, which flows all the way down from the mountains and out to the sea, far to the east. So east, west, you know. The town is a little sprawling, but for the most part, it looks like it's not very run down. Everything looks new. Everything's got a fresh coat of paint. Many of the houses are 2 or even 3 stories, and there's no like what you'd expect of like peasant shacks or anything of that nature. Everything is either built of fine timber or stone. Everything is painted in pale blues and yellows. A few red buildings. I say red loosely. It's a very pale, faded red, but by design. A lot of the rooftops are of white stone, and they have sort of built-in arches right into the architecture. A lot of the times, it's not even like it's more of just for aesthetic, like an arch built onto the side of the building for no real reason. It's not supporting anything. It's just for decorative purpose. The closer to the river, the less they are houses for living, the more they're places of business. There's a lot of fisheries. There are a few docks and places where river barges and ferries can make berth. And at the town's center, which is also, it's actually, the town center is kind of built right over the Pastana River. There are 2 20-foot wide stone bridges. And mind you, the river at this point is only maybe 100 feet wide. It's not giant, but it's not small either. But these 2 bridges sort of mark the eastern and western edge of the square. And the entire square is cobblestone except where the river flows through. There are storefronts and local ordnance buildings that kind of make up the perimeter of the town square. And all throughout this square, you can see people hard at work, hanging streamers and banners, raising flags depicting smiling bowls of pasta or stylized loaves of bread. There are numerous large iron pots or cauldrons kind of set out, and you can see people animatedly talking about what they're going to put into them, what they could do here or there. There's a smell of cooking food all throughout the square, and the town for that matter, particularly the smell of roasting vegetables and baking bread. You can see that there are enchanters who are using magic to raise little floating lights over the bridges, and other local government officials who are kind of talking about other plans they could do to decorate for the upcoming autumn feast. There, of course, are numerous pumpkins being put out on display. You can see children carving them into their favorite shapes or expressions, watched over by parents or grandparents or whoever. There are artistic caricatures of black cats and of spirits that are being painted on windows or hung from storefronts. there's an atmosphere of excitement that permeates all of Oravali. Your appointment is here in the town square at a single taller building. It's about 3 stories, with the entire top floor only making up about a quarter the size of the rest. So it's 2 full floors and then kind of a tower, if you will, a single story tower rising from the 2nd floor, making up the 3rd floor. The top of this 3rd floor, though, is shaped like an onion, with a chimney at the very top and little rings of smoke puffing out periodically from it. Your appointment, each of you know, is with one Chef Bayardini V, a local celebrity culomancer, most known for his family's secret marinara recipe. So, as each of you arrive here... where's my... I can't find my, the right tab. I've got too many tabs open. There it is. Sorry. As each of you enter, you are shown to sort of a waiting room lounge, if you will. It's not very large. I mean, it's a fairly small room, but it's well furnished. There are shelves full of cookbooks, books on the history of this style of cuisine or that, books on foreign dishes, some of the popular rice and seafood dishes of Corvania, or the tropical cuisine of Teluna Sincere. Food that maybe isn't so familiar to the everyday Andalonian. So, as you guys are each taken into this waiting room, I guess I'll hand the floor over to you as you wait for your host to show up. What do you guys do in here?
I'm
somewhere to
just
sit.
Oh,
I'm sorry, I didn't mention that.
Roll sit.
There is a sofa, a divan, a rocking chair, and 3 cushioned footstools that are not so much for putting your feet on as actually sitting on, but they've been repurposed.
I think the sitting stool is about my height. I will take a comfortable seat.
as will I.
I would like to go to the shelving and start rifling through the cookbooks and see if I can find anything in there.
Make an investigation check for me.
Oh, shoot. Oh, no. Hold on a second.
First roll of the game. Don't mess
shoot.
it up.
I'll try not to. Ah! Okay. Dice. D20. Just 1. 7 plus... Sorry, I have too many tabs open, too.
I totally understand.
3, so just a 10. My eyes are not so good these days.
10. Yeah, you find plenty. It's interesting. You find it's sort of like going through magazines at a doctor's appointment. Like, you can find something that's interesting, but nothing that's
It's like nothing
just for
I've
you.
never not seen before. It's
right.
fine.
Exactly.
Just to keep me busy. It's all
Exactly. Okay. And anything else? Do you guys want to just kind of wait until your host shows up, or?
Are there any books on meat preparation? Or like grilling or anything like that?
You also make an investigation check.
Ah, shit. I'm not used to not using roll 20.
Yeah.
Did I do that? Oh, I think I messed it up. I rolled 2.
We'll just go with the 14, since that was the first one.
Yeah. And what did you say? Investigation?
Mm-hmm.
So that's +1. 15.
15. Yeah, you find a book on ancient grilling styles, on techniques that they use for non-traditional grilling, grilling without a proper grill, the way the ancient grill masters of 1,000 years ago used to grill before they understood better grilling technology.
I'm gonna grab it and then I'll sit in a chair and I'll pull up one of those footstools and I'll prop my feet up on it, lean back and read a book.
Okay.
Thankfully, there was one free. You can just yoink it off somebody else.
I'll take that.
Well, I mean, with the little people, she could probably just slide it with them right on it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, your host doesn't keep you waiting for too long. After after probably 8 to 10 minutes, we'll say, the door opens and there's sort of a breathless, mid-50s gentleman in yellow robes who comes in. Where is he? And as the door opens, you get a strong whiff of cooking marinara from the door, and like you can even see the steam kind of wafting into the room a little before he closes it and kind of forgive my tardiness. You are the specialists, I am to understand.
Yes.
I hope so.
I was under the impression there'd be a little more of you. Oh, I'm sorry. Nope, 5. There are 5 of you. Didn't see you there. Forgive me. I am Chef Bayardini V. You may have heard of me or my family. Recipes. You all come highly recommended.
I'm still like reading the book, not paying much attention.
Yeah, I'm just looking down, and for those of you who pay attention, there's like a little red squirrel just sitting in my pocket, and I'm just feeding it pieces of cake.
Oh no.
Oh dear.
I'm sorry, Sonny. Could you say that again? I wasn't fully paying attention. Why are we here again?
He seems to deflate a little bit. Yes, I was just saying that the Autumn Festival Cook-Off in Iolaire is approaching. The preliminaries are next week, and I wish to enter the competition. Orivali has never been recognized. It's not like Delciny or Glass Coast City. People don't recognize the master colomancy that can come from this settlement. I wish to change that. I wish this year to enter the cook-off and put our city on the map. And, I was rather hoping you 5 could procure a certain ingredient for me. One which is, rather hard to come by, I'm afraid.
As he said about it's not really on the map, I just mutter under my breath, perhaps you don't have very good cooks here.
He doesn't seem to hear that.
Yeah. Still got my head down, just...
Spicy.
And what kind of ingredient are you looking for?
Yes, well,
Come on now, get to the point, Sonny. We don't have all day.
Yes, you're right. Taste is important. My family, many generations ago, the original Chef Bayardini created a marinara sauce that could be fed to the gods themselves. It is said that even to taste it required an angelic chorus, lest it would go down wrong. The secret to my great-great-grandfather's recipe, I believe, was one of the 12 legendary herbs of ages. And I believe I know where it lies. I would like for you to bring to me the legendary rosemary sprig of 1,000 sensations. With this, I believe I can recreate my ancestors' marinara recipe. And with that, put Orivali once and for all on the map. Bring the prestige our community deserves.
Now, Sonny, are you saying that your marinara sauce isn't good enough on its own?
My marinara sauce is the best in Andalon. But even that does not compare with my great-great-grandfather's. His marinara could bring tears to the eyes from a mile away. It was the perfect blending of spices and herbs, fresh tomatoes, cheese. Even the sweetness was natural, not produced by what the kids today are putting in their sauces with the foreign chocolate or honey. The sweetness was the result of well-grown garden tomatoes.
It sounds positively broth-taking.
Character starts to like dribble a little bit as he's describing it.
I want to recreate this. My great-great-grandfather was a pioneer of marinara. His one failing was not giving this sauce to the world.
This all sounds wonderful, but where is it, and why is it not? Why does it require 5 specialists to pick up? I presume this isn't just down the road.
Well, no. I've spent a lifetime researching this. I found a journal. About a year ago, I found the records of how my great-great-grandfather went on a voyage, but a humble sausage merchant. He took naught but his sword and his bag. He went across Andalon, and when he reached Mount Linguine, it is said that he had a divine encounter, and he returned a master chef of the ages. I believe that Mount Linguine is where he found the Sprig of 1,000 sensations. I believe that he used its power to evoke all manner of grand recipes. I, of course, sent collectors, and then I sent more collectors. Then I sent bounty hunters, thinking perhaps they had taken off with the Sprig. But none has returned. I know that the Sprig is there, waiting. But it is defended, I think. Perhaps my great-great-grandfather left some traps or some artifice to protect it for future generations. I, of course, am willing to pay you handsomely. I'm prepared to give you a 5% royalty on all of the marinara sales for the remainder of your lifetimes. And also the sum of... Go ahead.
Total? Is
Well-
that 5% each?
Well, no. That would be 5% to be divided. But also a lump fee of 2,000 gold pieces. Not insubstantial, I'm sure you'll agree.
Is that 2,000 each, or 2,000 between us?
Between you. And he kind of seems to pick up on that, like, you guys are not impressed. He fumbles about in a couple of his pockets and then removes finally a simple, unadorned gold ring. And this, I will be willing to reward you with this.
What does that do, Sonny?
This is the spaghetti ring passed down through my family. It will protect you against, shit, how would I say this in character? It will protect you against overwhelming heat and allow you to absorb that heat into you 3 times in a day.
I'm not sure how we'd split a ring 5 ways.
Sell it if you want.
Maybe we can take it with us. Maybe it would help us on our journey.
Oh, he does
Like
make
a
a
down
great
payment.
point.
Frick. All right, one of you two make a persuasion check with advantage. I'll let you
Okay.
two figure out which.
You do. You go, Ashlow.
Yeah,
You do
yeah,
it.
yeah. How
May I
do?
give him guidance on his roll?
Sure, I'll allow you to give
What does
guidance.
that do?
That's an
Sherry is going to pull out a tiny little ladle from her pocket, tap it against her tiny little bowl, and it makes a very pleasant pinging sound, and you may add an extra 1d4 to your roll.
Okay. So I'll roll those. I can't see the top one. What was it? Is that in chat?
that only rolled 2d20. Oh, right.
Yeah.
You rolled a
So
natural 20.
I rolled a natural 20. So that is. Shall I roll the d4 as well, just to
For fun, sure.
2. So that is 29 in total.
Yes, I suppose that would be fair.
I think it would. I'm sure I could make use of it.
Yes. Well, of course, as long as you'll take the job. It is imperative that you return with this sprig of 1,000 sensations. And more importantly, you must return within 1 week. The preliminary is in 1 week. It is no good if it is past.
I'm not familiar with the Linguine Peak. Was it? How far away is it, and how can we get there?
Mount Linguine. If I will provide you with horses that should make the trip. You could make it in. Well, actually, the horses wouldn't be very helpful in climbing a mountain, would they?
Will I know anything
3
about
days?
this place, Tim?
On foot? You can make a nature check, if you'd like.
Yes,
Or history, if you prefer.
history, so it'll be 15.
15, and you wanted to know about Mount Linguine?
Yeah, and the area surrounding
Okay.
it, I suppose.
So, Mount Linguine is the southernmost of, or rather the southwesternmost of the... Uh-oh. Ashley, do you remember the name of the mountain chain? I
Nope.
didn't label it, but I know we used to know the name of that one. Shit. It is the southwesternmost mountain in the local Andalonian mountain chain, which shall remain unspecified. It is an active volcano, you recall. Not exactly a safe region, but it has been well over 100 years since the last eruption. It just kind of gives a lot of tectonic activity in the region. A number of spellcasters over the ages have created lairs in this mountain, though ever since we'll call it the Great Calamity, there kind of hasn't been much of a hurry to return to the mountain. Some stuff went down there, and it said that the place might be haunted now. You do know that it is also the origin of the River Pastana, from which the word pasta was derived.
Okay, thank you.
Well, horses would at least get us to the base of the mountain, and I presume you'll provide us with the gear and rations we need.
Yes. Though I'm understanding that chefs of your caliber likely require little more than ingredients, I presume.
Just something to cook.
Of course, it will be done. Anything else?
In his
You-
whole description,
Mhm.
sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Did he mention any kind of meat at all? I didn't catch any.
He didn't mention any.
No. I'm gonna slam the book closed very abruptly.
I mean, he did mention horses.
I meant in his.
In his dish.
Yeah.
When you slam the book, he kind of jumps a little.
I have just one question for you. Where's the meat?
The meat.
In
Well,
your dish. Where's the meat?
well, of course there will be. God damn it, Ashley. There will be
It is meat.
some ground beef, pork. It is an Andalon sauce.
I will scrutinize him heavily.
The meatball. We will top it with meatballs, of course. But it is all for naught without the sprig.
Well, she'll stand up. Let's not waste time then. Let's get going.
Yes, let's.
I will have your supplies prepared for you. Excellent. I'm very excited to do business with you. And he's gonna see to that.
I'll just say, okay.
Just FYI, if you get us killed, I will come back and haunt you.
And he kind of uncomfortably hurries off.
I'll leave. I'll take that book with me that I was reading.
Oh, okay.
I'll just walk out with it.
Okay. So as far as the supplies go, he will provide each of you with a horse or pony. And he will provide each of you with enough ingredients of whatever type of dish suits you. Whatever you wish, he will provide you with that manner of ingredients to last about 7 days.
Oh, that's a lot of meat.
So in your case, it might be meat. It might be some.
Are those just going to be
broths or
stored in the
vegetables.
side saddle bags on the horses then for each of us, or?
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Yeah.
Okay, so we're not carrying it.
Yeah, you don't have to add that to your encumbrance. That'd be pretty cold.
Granny can't move anymore.
I'll be carrying a lot of eggs and flour and milk and my little 3-foot self.
Okay. So that's kind of what your horses are looking like. In fact, it very well may be that there's an extra horse that's got nothing but some of the heavier cooking appliances and such that you need.
Okay.
He will also provide you, for those of you which characters don't have it, a map of the region, but with your knowledge earlier, Carrot, you know that it's a pretty straight shot. You can pretty much just follow the river straight to the mountain. Getting lost. It is possible to get lost in the forest, which I know the name of. It is possible to get lost in the pasta wood. But as long as you stay by the river and follow it all the way to the mountain, you should be fine, you believe.
Oh, God. Okay.
I'm not sorry.
I'm glad. I want to walk up to Sophie and just very quietly, mainly because I'm not a very extroverted person, I just say, can I ride with you?
I will kneel down in front of him.
I'll take a step back.
Watch the step. I can hear you.
Gotta speak up, Ashley.
Okay.
I have to speak up.
Yeah, your mic wasn't picking that up very well.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Can I ride with you? These horses are too big for me.
I suppose that can be allowed.
Would you like a cake?
No.
Are you sure?
Do we have our horses here already?
Yes, or rather, like they're being arranged. You probably have the horses. The bags are being arranged for you guys.
She's gonna pick up Carrot and just set him on the horse.
Oh,
Nice. No cake.
I hate to admit it, but I'm not much of a rider. Can someone else take the? I can mount it fine, but can someone else take the lead?
Well, how are you ever supposed to learn how to ride a horse if you don't just get on it and try?
I'm happy to get on it. I just don't want to.
Well, this is your
be at the
perfect
front of the
opportunity
group.
to learn.
Oh, okay. I'll just try and mount one of the horses, even though there's no saddles.
Oh no.
No saddles, no bags yet.
just
Oh
jump
wait,
on it.
are they saddled?
About half of
Or
them.
is that coming with the bat? I'll make sure I pick a saddled one.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and make a animal handle check for me. I'm just curious. I'm not going to make everybody do this normally, but I'm just curious how it goes for you since this is your first attempt.
Animal handling is it's a 14.
Okay. Actually, you make it work. You have no problems with it. The horse is very chill.
Ooh.
See, what were you so worried about?
The moving bit, and then I'll just try and
It's-
canter around in a
Easy.
circle to
Let's
see if I
just
can.
go. I'm gonna smack the horse on the ass.
Yes!
What, mine? Okay, I'm off, I guess.
You're off.
I'm so glad you did that, Ashley.
Had to make up for having to refuse cake.
He's a regular
I know that's like against everything.
of riding.
Hmm?
He's a regular student of riding. A student.
Stu?
Oh, jeez.
Stu,
Took me a
Stu,
second.
yeah.
Oh, my lord.
I'm gonna get on the horse and I'm gonna get going after him.
Okay.
Am I sitting in front of you?
Well, I mean, are the bags here? 'Cause
Yes.
I'd probably.
Okay.
Okay.
Also, like, as soon as you're off, they're like, "Oh shit!" And several people run out and like secure the bags before the last horses can leave.
Cool.
Okay. So, quick question before we move forward: who's taking the spaghetti ring?
Me.
Okay.
I got it.
That will give you fire resistance,
Yeah.
and 3 times per day you may cast absorb elements.
Cool. I don't know what that does, but I'll look it up.
It's a pretty great.
I know what resistance does. But,
All right. So the journey begins. I'm going to say that since you can only really ride the horses for the first third of the journey, we'll shave off 12 hours of travel time of what would have been 3 days to reach the mountain. However, this is going to depend on how you guys do with the journey. So, what in general terms, how are you guys traveling? Like, is anyone doing anything in particular? Are you just riding along blandly? Are you reading while you ride? Like, what are you guys doing?
Once I catch up to him, I will take the lead and lead the way. And now
You've also got big melee weapons, right?
I do, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can't use absorb elements, so if you do catch up, I'd probably pass over the ring now that I know what it does.
Oh,
And say, I'm not sure I can make the best use of this. Maybe you'd like to give it a go.
let's see if it will fit on my finger. I'll try to put it on. Does it fit?
Yeah. Oh, the class restriction, that's only for the like the ring.
No. So it's the fact that it's melee attacks. I don't plan to melee anything.
Absorb elements?
No, yeah. So first time you hit with a melee attack.
Oh,
on
I
the-
see. You mean the second half. I see what you meant.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
okay.
I could use it, but
Just for the
but
defensive aspect. I
it's-
see. My
it's
bad.
It's not optimal on myself. So
Okay. Apologies. I misunderstood.
If it fits, yeah.
I'll pass it on to the tanky-looking lady with the melee weapon.
Oh, thank you. I could use this.
Your microphone is really not picking you up. Sorry. Okay.
Hopefully, you will be able to keep us safe with it.
So Sophie is leading the way.
Yeah.
Yes.
One with Sophie on her horse.
I'd probably fall in close behind.
Okay.
I'll take
As we're traveling, I would like to cast a spell that I have aptly named Speak with All the Good Boys, which is speak with animals.
Uh-huh.
And I'm just gonna be I'm imagining I'm sitting at the front of Sophie because I'm the small one, right? I'm not behind her.
Yeah, if
And
you
I'm
were
just-
behind me, you'd probably bounce right off.
I'm just stroking the horse and just speaking into its ear, saying, "Oh, you're a good boy. You're a good boy for taking us so far." Just talking to the animal as we move along.
It seems very. It's like mostly like thanks. You know, because
Yeah, that's pretty big.
Do you need a rest?
nope. Good, thank you.
Would
Got any sugar
Would you
cubes? Some
oh
apples.
yeah, plenty. Would you like
Take some
some
of
cake?
those.
I have cake.
Wait, what?
And I will like take a cake out of my pocket and just throw it on the floor in front of us.
The ground.
Yeah.
I mean, then it just kind of rides past it. I mean, you guys are. It's just like looking back as it goes.
That was. I mean, I can't reach around because
That is
I'm
correct.
Like, tiny. So.
Yeah.
Why are you throwing food on the ground in front of us?
I was trying to feed the. Wait, what is your name? I say to the horse.
I don't really call myself anything. Big guy calls me Daisy.
But are you a main horse?
Yep.
What does this sound like to the rest of us? Are you speaking common, or are you speaking in horse?
I imagine I'm speaking common. I don't know
Okay.
how it technically works.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
none of
imagine
you hear
can
the
me
horse.
talking.
The horse isn't really like it's occasionally
You
making.
hear him,
like-
right?
Yeah, you can hear him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wondered if he was like neighing at the horse.
I might throw you off the horse at that point. He's crazy.
He's one of them. I just carry on patting him as we ride along.
All right. Well, so for the first leg of the journey, as you guys are crossing the Delsony Fields, I am gonna need. So it sounds like Sophie is the one navigating. You're only following the river, so I'm not too worried about you guys getting lost. But there is the matter of like staying out of danger, since you're not really following a road per se. Is anyone else doing anything for this first leg of travel? Yes.
At night, I would like to create a bonfire, as well as a tiny hut called the kitchen, for all of us to nestle down in at night.
Nice.
Now
And we
that's
can all-
a 10-foot dome, right?
Yes, it says it can hold 9 medium creatures, and assuming that some of us are small, we should be okay.
Okay. I mean, for a kitchen though, like it's like an apartment kitchen. You know, it's a little on the
yeah,
like
it's
a little
like
cramped. But
Yeah, something like that. Minus the island, so we can actually like lay down and
Yeah.
sleep.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I gotcha. That makes sense.
As we travel,
mhm.
Sherry's a pretty nervous sort, so she's gonna be looking about attentively.
Okay. Keeping watch. I'm gonna have you make a perception check. Sophie, I'm gonna have you make a survival check.
That's a 16 for me. Can you hear me better, by the way? Is it okay?
For now, it
Yeah.
seems like, yeah. Okay. And a 13 for Cheery. Okay. So the first leg of the adventure seems like it's going pretty well. The fields are, I mean, long, like almost endless plains of wheat, of beans. No cornfields really. It's all like the low waist high stuff. Or you know what? Then again, I guess beans for a 3 foot tall gnome probably are the equivalent of corn, or a halfling for that matter. Though halflings can get a little taller than 3 feet, right? I don't know, you could probably see just like over it. It's just like tickling your nose.
The question is Sophie 3 foot tall or is she hunched because she's old?
You mean Patricia?
Yeah,
Patricia,
I'm
sorry.
Sophie.
I'm very
I'm, like,
old, so I'm
7 foot.
small.
Oh no.
Yeah, I've shrunk. I'm small.
So
I'm about 3 foot tall, I'd say.
okay. So as long as you're on the pony or the horse, you're fine. But once you get off, like you're up to, you know, you're buried. It'd be very easy to lose the little people in these fields. The first night you do spend in the Delsany fields, and you guys are able to cook something. And it's kind of your first night. You have a chance to get to know each other if you want. You can throw some of your ingredients together. What are you guys doing for dinner for that first night? What do 5 professional chefs do in a tiny 2-person kitchen?
Ray would say, are we going to take it in turns to prepare meals, or are their egos so large that we're all cooking for ourselves?
I would say we do it as a 5-course dinner, and each of us cooks a different course to test our skills against one another for fun. I want to see what you guys can accomplish. But you better impress me, because a lot of you are skinny, and I don't trust the skinny people.
Oh, I have something that can fatten them up. And I'll just pull out a huge slab of meat and pull out my cleaver and I just start
going to town.
on it.
All right, it looks like she has main course, so who wants to have appetizers? Anyone? Any takers?
I can make a soup.
Excuse me, speak up, sweetie, I can't hear you.
I can do the soup.
Oh, come on, you have to have a little more agency than that, darling. What kind of soup are you creating for us today?
A masterpiece.
Yeah, that's the passion. All right, you've got
Going
soup.
to be
Beauty. Who wants second
stupendous.
course? Second course, anybody?
Well, I can do a side dish for the main.
Okay, you're on side dish.
Cool.
Little gnome friend, what
And
are
I'll
you
just
doing?
walk. I'm just going to walk off and go and try and pick a wild salad.
Oh,
Okay, awesome. Ooh, very nice.
I can make dessert. Cake.
Sure.
Cake.
I like your agency. Good, very good. What kind of
thank you.
cake are you creating?
Carrot cake.
Fair enough. Get to work.
all right. So I guess we'll start with the appetizer, with the soup. How would I have you do this? Do you have proficiency in cook's utensils?
Oh yes, I do.
I'm going
And
to
I
have you
have-
roll that. And since you have a kitchen available, I'm going to give you advantage.
Okay. What would you like me to roll?
Whatever your proficiency with the cooking utensils is.
What does it say?
Should be your proficiency bonus, and I guess what ability score would this be? Wisdom?
Yeah.
I feel like cooking is wisdom.
There's no
Alright.
button for it on here that I see.
Yeah, I don't know what you're actually talking about.
You know how in Roll20 there's a little button by it?
Oh.
It doesn't have it
Well,
by
yeah.
there.
So, yeah, it's just tool proficiencies. As long as you're proficient in cooking utensils, you would add your proficiency modifier, which is I think +2 at level 5, +3.
3.
Okay, so it'd be 3 plus your wisdom modifier, or
Okay.
if you're not proficient, it would be your wisdom, just a wisdom check.
And I am going to, as I prepare it, I'm going to pray to the soup lord to make this especially good, and get out my tiny ladle and bang it against my tiny pot.
Okay. Don't forget your advantage.
All right. I'll take the 16 plus
Nice.
19.
19. All right, and what kind of, did you have any particular soup you were making in mind?
Oh yes. So this soup is very special indeed. And since this is our first night on the road together, I thought that I would make a soup that we could all share. So Cherry cooks the soup in this large mug and pours it out with handles on each side, and takes a sip herself and then passes it to Sophie next, and tells her that this is a very ancient soup recipe meant to be shared. It's called faux pas soup.
How big is it? The container it's in. Is there a lot in there or no?
Yeah, there's a lot.
Okay, then she's just gonna take a huge gulp
Goliaths, man.
and then pass it down. Don't know what's left, but she took a huge gulp of it.
All right, well, that's one successful dish. Next would be, I suppose, both main course and side dish, right? So salad and... Wait, hang on. One of you's not cooking anything.
Yeah, I noticed this, but I didn't say anything because I was out picking leaves.
Is that by design? Are you good with that?
I've got something here. But I'm observing first, okay?
Okay, just tell me when you want to cut in, and I will bring you
Okay, probably around dessert time.
in. Okay. In that case, I'm gonna need main course and side dish. Side dish, yours is... You're making a wild salad, so that seems like that'd be a survival check? Or nature?
Uh-oh. Poison ivy salad.
Oh, luckily I rolled well. That is 19.
That doesn't sound like you.
No, I know. It's because I'm not playing Ithri. That's what it
That
is.
makes sense. Okay. Yeah, you're able to... You find some radishes, you find some lettuce. You probably raid a local farmer's garden, but it's nighttime, you know, and they're never gonna know any better. What's one bushel of lettuce?
It was a rabbit.
You were able to get some wild onions, some spring onions, some carrots, you know, a few other little things, and of course you have your traveling salad, or your traveling secret sauce that you can dress it with, but as inscribed, and you know where. How about our main course chef?
So I'm gonna be doing like what do you call that? Like I'll be roasting. She brought it.
No,
from
I'm
home.
roasting.
No, she's roasting
But I'm.
meat. It's like a big hunk of. It's like part of a boar that she just brought from home. It's like the leg and like the whole like big chunk of the side. So she's just got it on a little like spigot thing, and she's just turning it, spicing it. Yeah, spit. So
There's no one vegetarian here, are they?
Oh, you're in the wrong company.
Uh-oh. Oh, no. Well,
Would you like Would you like extra salad? I'll do a
Yes.
trade.
Yes, please.
Cool.
Wait, what?
I'm
look
swapping
at
my
you.
salad for his meat.
I just look down.
Oh.
harsh.
The salad's good.
So, for your meat, you're not really doing too much fancy to it. You're just kind of cooking it.
I'm doing my meat thing. I'm seasoning it, and yeah.
I guess I'm gonna give you a choice between survival and arcana on this one.
Arcana.
Cooking is
Can't
magic.
use my tools.
Cooking
I
is
did
magic.
stop
You could,
stop
you
it
know what?
too.
Yeah. You could use your tools. I'll allow that. I forgot about that.
With advantage. Since we're at a campfire, you said earlier.
No, I said a kitchen gave advantage for making soup. I don't know if that would give you advantage on the. You know what? Yeah, I think it would. I think in this case it would.
Yeah.
It's pit roast over the fire.
I mean, I have a spell called Create Barbecue, if that would help.
So there's the first roll.
I'll allow that to give advantage as well.
14 is my total.
14. All right, it's pretty good. Unfortunately, it maybe slightly. It could have marinated a little longer.
I was in a hurry.
Yeah, it might have been better to have this like tomorrow, but it still turned out really, really good. I guess that's gonna bring us to our dessert, maybe?
Mm-hmm.
Yes? Okay.
Yeah. So for me, I'm making a signature dish of a carrot cake, which has obviously clearly is my name, and is a family recipe.
How special. Okay.
I walk over to the saddlebags, and you see me rifling through those for a good 5 to 10 minutes, trying to find all the ingredients, pulling out eggs and an orange, flour, cinnamon, carrots, like all of the usual ingredients.
Okay.
I pull out a cake tin from my bag, which isn't big, because I'm a gnome. It's not like it's just, you know, you probably get like a tiny slice each, but it's going to be good.
Like a tart.
Yes, and before I start baking it, I will pull out my holy symbol, which is like a wooden spoon to the god of Kukak, which translates to cookie cake. And I will cast guidance on myself, and I will try to bake this cake.
All right.
What would you like me to roll this in?
This definitely would be, I think, cooking utensils.
I don't believe I'm proficient in that.
Uh-oh.
What kind of chef are you?
I could see this being a nature check as well, since there's a lot of, like, natural ingredients going in here.
Should I add nature and wisdom? Or just
Not nature and wisdom. You're going to swap out your intelligence for your wisdom, basically.
Okay. In that case, I roll a 6.
Oh, no. Well, unfortunately...
Oh, wait, I need to add the +4.
Oh yeah, you're
Oh,
guidance.
there you go.
9.
9. Okay. That could have been a lot worse.
9.
Oh, did you roll with advantage? You are cooking in a kitchen.
Thank God.
And did you put guidance on yourself, right? Or did you already?
Yeah.
Yep, that was a 3.
Okay.
15 in
my
total.
bad.
15 in total. Okay, see, that's much better. It's small.
It's definitely better.
It's small, but you are able to provide a nice slice of carrot cake to everybody who wants one.
And it
So,
smells really good.
as he finishes his carrot cake, I'd like to put 5 bowls off in the distance. And I pull out my spell book and I say, you know what goes really well with cake, you know. And I pull out my spell book and I turn to a specific page, and out of my ingredients component pouch, I pull out a handful of salt and let it just kind of fall from my fingers, you know. And I shoot my hand up and I cast ice cream sundae. And a flurry of ice cream balls will fly. I'm trying to aim them and hit them into the bowls that are off in the distance.
Okay, so I know normally that would be 5 different spell attack rolls. Let's sum it all up into a single Arcana check so it can be one roll.
Oh god. Okay, alright.
No
give me a
pressure.
second. Ah!
See if you can keep cool under pressure.
Oh, give me something good. Okay, so 8 plus Arcana, you said? That'll be... Okay, that'll be 11.
11. Okay. The important thing is that you hit all of the bowls. You don't end up with a big scoop of ice cream in the grass.
Okay, good.
Toppings, maybe a little like lopsided, and because you were doing 5 different ones, some of them like started to melt a little by the time
They were kind of far away too. It's hard to aim that far away.
And you know what, with it being in the middle of like a big field too, you lost one of the bowls and it was partially melted. But other than that, what people were able to get their hands on was frickin' delicious.
Yes.
So that's actually that's 5 out of 5 successes. Okay. You guys have a wonderful evening. A good meal. Most of you have, all sorts of delicious food. Some of you don't know delicious meat when you see it and hurt yourselves. That's fine. That's fine. You're able to kind of keep a watch through the night. No one ever comes near your camp. By the morning, all of you are feeling very pleasant. Like you had a good meal, good digestion. It was healthy. And moving forward into day 2 of your journey, you reach the pasta wood. And the success of the meals from Delsony Field kind of stick with you, and memories of this delicious cooking sort of keep you tied over as you follow the river. It's starting to get higher above sea level, though. You notice the forest, so while the fields were wide and open and you could see for miles, once you reach the boughs of the pasta wood, visibility is largely shot. The forest is overgrown. This is not a well-tended forest. It's very tangled, and the horses can't really do much here. They're moving actually a little slower than you probably would on foot. So what I'm gonna need is a group. You guys may choose. Each of you may roll a survival or an animal handle check, but each person needs to roll one of those.
Okay. I will walk up to Patricia.
Walk?
And, well, okay, next to, I guess,
Horsily walk up
Okay,
to
well, I was
Patricia.
just asking, are you staying mounted or are you dismounting? Is I guess what I was.
I just need to touch her, so I'm gonna stay mounted, and being in front, I'm gonna take the reins off of Sophie and pull the horse back a little bit, and I'll just touch her on the leg and just say, "Here is some help," and I will cast guidance on Patricia.
What a very polite man, thank you.
I don't want to be that guy, but unfortunately, for a check that lasts essentially all day long, guidance can't help you in this case.
Would I know this, or do I burn a slot?
Well, you don't actually know that you're making checks per se. I would say, well, guidance is a cantrip,
yeah, true.
isn't it?
No, true. Guidance is yes,
Cantrip.
a cantrip for me.
So
Yep.
you burn a slot. Listen to you, Mr.
Well,
Dramatic
never
over there.
Try not to
I
waste
mean, you
it,
can still do it. Like, you can have a nice moment. It does give, Patricia a little bit of ease for a little while, but I mean, depending on how she rolls.
Well, we'll just say for this first roll.
Okay.
Oh, I already rolled though, so.
I mean, it wouldn't help you, because over the day, you wouldn't be able to.
It was a nice thought though. Thanks.
It's cool.
Do you need our rolls from that?
Yes.
Okay.
Mine's a 20.
Okay.
15.
Okay.
13.
Okay.
18.
18. Okay. And the nice thing is, even though Ashley is gone, because that is, once again, 4 successes out of 5, it doesn't really matter if she succeeds or fails in this case.
Well, I would take the horse's reins anyway, just
Okay.
at the front.
All right, so you guys are more or less able to keep the horses moving forward. You don't lose too much time in the forest. You only lose like an hour at most. It's actually very, very skillful navigation, considering. At one point, maybe you guys stop and have to do some fishing or just cook whatever you have on hand for lunch. again for dinner. The forest does seem more populated, though. There is always the presence of life around you. As the sun begins to set, it goes from already kind of shadowy and dark to almost pitch black. You can't see a thing in front of your face. And you can hear birds and insects and strange warbling creatures that you don't really want to know what they are. You can hear wolves at one point and other things that don't really have a comparable sound, but this is a forest that has a history of being haunted. So particularly after the sun sets, it gets very dangerous and you're kind of forced to come to a stop.
I have a question, Tim.
Mm-hmm.
Being a forest gnome, would I have any like advantages to being in the forest?
Only if that's, you know, first of all, I guess that depends on what forest you come from. I don't think, unless you have a racial feature that specifies. I think that's what it will account for.
I don't believe I do.
I don't really remember forest gnome mechanics very well.
I'll look it up quickly.
But I don't think so. I think the benefit is just that maybe you're familiar with what you're looking at, even if you know, okay, this is probably not viable to keep going forward tonight, or what have you. So it is night number 2. You're very near the base of the mountain now. Do you guys want to do the same kind of extravagant setup as you did in Delciny, or do you want to have a more meager, careful evening?
Yeah, I'm a hold off on the fire this time.
Yeah, I think it would be better to be slightly more subtle here. I don't want to be someone else's dinner.
That is fine. I have something prepared for a time such as this. And I'll pull out some jerky for everybody if they want some.
Is it like that tough leathery shit, or is it like fresh and
No,
tender?
it's fresh. It's been marinating for about 4 days, so it's very tender.
Ooh, is it more like biltong?
Yeah.
Nice.
I'm gonna offer some to Carrot.
I just look up and
Look, the meaty flavor isn't even that strong in this. You'll be fine.
I'll just say okay, thank you, and I'll take it. And as she turns away, I'll just throw it behind me.
I see that.
You turn around.
You're tiny. But I mean, well. Okay.
What's your passive perception?
Oh, mine?
Yeah.
Let me check. 13.
I'd say that's a possibility. Okay, make a sleight of hand.
Do me, yeah.
Yeah.
More like I'll hear like a as it lands. More than I think.
21, that's a 20.
Nope.
Why are you spending natural 20s on that?
Nothing.
That's what you get.
Absolutely nothing. Like, yeah, you're content. Like, you're satisfied that your meat has been delivered. Never the wiser.
I would like to walk around just the edge of the camp where we're camping and see if I can find any edible berries or roots or anything for me to eat and my my little pet.
Okay. Make a survival check.
13.
13. You can find some stuff for your little guy, but as far as for you, in the immediate vicinity, not so much.
Okay. I'll eat cake.
Fair.
You're going to get cavities, you know.
I'm quite plump, by the way.
I suggest we have a watch tonight as well. These woods make me a little uneasy.
That is a very good suggestion. How shall we split the shift?
I don't mind taking first watch.
I'll take last.
I guess I would take the seconds and
I'll take first watch with Mr. Roasting.
I can help with last watch as well. I don't think Sophie needs my help. Have you seen me?
no, I don't think I do either.
Cool.
Okay. I need to do some checking. So first watch, which is right, you two.
Mm-hmm.
Rowan Carrot.
Do you do anything in particular during this watch?
We're on a trail, right? Is it just a single trail, or is it like?
You're cross country at this point.
We're cross country. Okay.
You're on the banks of a river.
So I'd probably have the river to my back, so that I've got as much of a vision
And
away from the river.
I would sit by his side, but facing across the river.
Okay. And quick question I should have asked before this. Are you guys tonight staying in Patty's tiny kitchen, or?
I'll say
I have
no.
made my tiny kitchen if you guys need it.
I don't know. Can we see out of that? How does it work? I don't know what.
You can see through it from the inside, but not the outside.
Oh, in that case, yeah, I'd be on the inside, but still facing in that direction.
Okay.
I guess in that case, yeah, I'd sit on the opposite side of the kitchen.
Okay. All right. Well, what are you two? I need each of you two to make a perception check.
Nice.
Natural 20.
You're killing it.
Perception. That's 24 in total. Why today? Am I rolling as well?
14.
14. Okay. So, Carrot, you aren't so much. You don't catch on to this occurring. Ro, you notice that there's something moving very near the outside of the tiny kitchen. Now, they can't get in. That's part of the nature of the spell. As long as the walls are up, it's invulnerable. But it sounds like there may be like a wolverine or something, or a wolf, or some nasty little creature very nearby, and you can hear it grabbing something from the forest floor and then taking off.
It's Hugh Jackman. Just walking through the forest.
It sure is.
Yeah, I just let it do its thing.
Okay.
As long as it doesn't look too interested in the kitchen.
It probably was at first. Like it was checking the kitchen out until it found something just lying on the ground and was like, ooh, and took that instead.
If I saw it checking out the kitchen, I'd probably prep or get ready to attack, but hold until it got bored or did something.
Okay.
So yeah.
That makes sense.
I guess if I don't see this.
Yeah, I was going to say, if Carrot noticed me doing anything, I'd motion to.
I was technically looking at the other side, so I guess I wouldn't.
Yeah.
I would just be sitting on the floor with a little stick in my hand, just playing with the dirt.
Okay. Got it.
Cool.
Second watch, which I believe is Sophie all by your lonesome.
Yeah.
I'm going to need a perception check, and are you doing anything in particular?
She'll pull out a whetstone and sharpen the cleaver.
The cleaver? You cut out a little bit there.
Yeah, her cleaver.
Okay. Okay. What's the perception check?
Everybody's trying to sleep, and she's like,
8.
8.
A bit
okay.
of white noise is fine.
As far
Yeah.
as you can tell, nothing ever bothers you.
Mm-hmm.
Shift number 3, which is Cheery and Patricia, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, trying to get the names down. Alright. Perception checks.
It's 10 for me.
Me too.
22. Okay. As the sun is gradually beginning to rise, the shadows kind of lessen a little bit. Nothing comes anywhere near the tiny kitchen while you're in it, though, as far as you can see.
Cherry, honey, are you hungry?
Oh, I'm famished.
Oh, well, what kind of food do you like? Maybe Nana will make you something.
I could use something that's super good.
Oh, you're funny. You're very funny. I start getting some stuff out to make some soup,
Just got it.
some porridge or something.
Oh dear. You'd
So,
probably-
Cherry, tell me a little bit about yourself. You've been terribly quiet this entire time.
Well, what do you want to know?
Oh, I don't know. You seem like you're a little bit uncomfortable in those heels, if you don't mind me saying.
Well,
Is there someone you're trying to impress, or? You can tell Nana all about it. I mean, once upon a time, Nana was young and hot and saucy, much like yourself. Some rosemary, some oregano, a little bit of butter.
Well, there's this hero of mine that I think very much of, and she has a lot of confidence, so I try to emulate it a little bit.
Oh, I see. Kind of like a culinary idol, so to speak.
Yes, like that.
And how does that make you feel? How do you feel in emulating her?
Is this therapy?
No, Nana's just trying to make conversation, dearie. Could you pass me that mixing implement there?
Yes.
Thank you.
There you go.
All right. Well,
She's very pretty and very good cook, and there aren't a lot of good dwarven women cooks, so I guess I feel a little more confident.
I see. Confidence will get you a long way. You can convince somebody something that you've made as total shite is actually pretty good.
Okay.
I hand her a bowl. There you are, sweetie. Eat up. Nana doesn't want any of her grandchildren going hungry.
Well, why aren't you like in a home somewhere?
What are you talking about? Why would I be in a home somewhere?
Well, you're a little.
Old? Is that what you're saying?
Send her to a home.
I was gonna say that you have a great quantity of years, but yes.
That's the polite way of saying you're old, darling. I'm
Very
quite
cool.
aware of my age, thank you. But I'm still on the search for recipes, and I will not be outdone by Gertrude, so my journey continues.
Who's Gertrude?
Damn it.
Oh, she is a vile woman.
Shaking her fist.
Yeah, I'm shaking my fist.
Oh, Gertrude.
She stole my chili recipe and cooked it for the guild and claimed that it was hers, and I will never forgive her. Although I was able to get her kicked out of the guild because I stole some saffron and just pinned it on her. But alas, she's still in my inner circle, and I would love nothing more for her to just keel over, but it seems I'm a little older than she is, so hopefully I can outlive her.
I hope so too. That would be good.
Anyway, I mean, I don't have anybody else left, so might as well continue doing what I've always been doing, which is traveling around and finding recipes. and finding somebody to take my cookbook before I die so they can continue my legacy for me, so. Anyway,
Okay.
I'm gonna serve up some of this soup for everybody else. I probably won't want it for breakfast, but you know.
I was gonna say, since you guys were on the third watch, we'll say this is probably pretty close to the sun rising. So, for the rest of you guys, as you are gradually waking up, it's to the smell of cooking. What did you end up making?
It's kind of like a porridge.
Okay.
But it's hard to explain. It's like a savory porridge. It probably has some like herbs and vegetables and stuff of that nature in it.
Like breakfast soup.
I mean, yeah.
Okay. Well, that's
I mean,
what
I'm
you guys
Filipino. That's not a foreign concept to me, but it might be to you guys.
That sounds awesome.
Anyway, breakfast soup. Here you go.
This is really making me want soup now.
Right?
Smells like breakfast and home.
Here you go, Sonny. Eat up.
Thanks.
You could get some more skin on your bones.
I will take some of that.
Of
Soup Lord
course,
of
I've got an extra large bowl for you, dearie, and I kind of hold it up with shaking hands.
I'll pull out a sausage and just dice it up and sprinkle it over the top.
And I'll offer some to Carrot as well. Here you go.
Thank you, Patricia.
Of course. Everybody needs to eat.
I'll
The
just sit
soup
down.
lord appreciates your blessing.
What?
The soup lord appreciates your efforts.
Glad I could help, I guess.
All right. You guys have sort of a warm and nourishing breakfast. Once again, you were able to make good time. You are well rested. And very soon you'll be leaving the forest as you continue to kind of climb in elevation. As you press forward, you're nearing the forest's edge. Like, you are for sure now in the foothills of the mountain. The ground is getting more broken, and stone and debris kind of replace grass and soil. There's a lot of ash mixed with the rock that you're walking upon. Right around as you're exiting the forest, the ground is getting to a point where the horses can't really easily navigate anymore, and it's kind of getting to a point where you might have to leave the horses when you guys see something ahead. A little outcropping of rock on which is a man-made stone platform, circular, with two steps kind of descending into sort of a bowl, about 15 feet in diameter. And in the center of this bowl, you can see a plinth. What do you do?
Are we planning to take the horses with us, or are we sending them home, or are we making them wait? What's the plan?
Well, I'm low on my stores of meat.
Hey,
He looks innocently at you.
I think we can send them home, or perhaps tie them up and leave them here, but they may be in danger.
I mean, I don't know much about horses. Will they find their way home?
I can tell them to go home. They will listen to me.
I mean, we should keep one.
I feel like we could find foods if we need to.
I'll look towards Sophie and
Of
just
course, we
like,
could find food.
I don't want to incur costs because it was never explicit that we own these horses now. I think they were just lent to us.
Well, I mean, we could just say it's, it tripped and fell. I mean,
I don't think we need to kill the horses, Sophie.
we don't need to, but have you ever had horse meat? Braised for
Yes.
days?
In a lasagna once.
Quite good, cooked correctly.
I don't
Nice.
know. I think we'll probably be fine between the 5 of us. I mean, we've got plenty of food all around.
Oh, it's
The-
fine. It would take time to cut it up anyway.
Exactly. We're saving time.
He did give us 7 days worth of food. We are only on day 3. We should have enough.
Some of us have bigger appetites than others.
I'll tell you what, Sophie. If we run out of
I'm on
meat,
day 6.
yeah. If we run out of meat, I'll go hunting with you. How about that?
Just don't slow me down and I will accept this.
Sure.
Can we send the horses home?
How about you have a chat with them? I'm gonna go and have a look at this plinth
Don't
thing.
need to chat, just tell them to go home.
So, Tim,
Mm-hmm.
I have a thing.
Make sure we don't
Where-
send the bags home. Sorry.
No, yeah.
No way!
Oh no.
Sorry, 1 second. I guess it's charm. It says I can do channel divinity charm animals. So instead of talking to them, can I just do this and tell the 5 horses to go home?
As long as you can target all 5 of them, I'd say that's fine.
It says, as an action, you can use channel divinity and present your holy symbol to charm for 1 minute each beast or plant creatures. So I can do every one over 5 minutes. 1 minute each. That's what it says, but I don't know. Like, channel divinity isn't in my spells.
No, it's a class
just
feature.
It's a class feature, yes. So
Do you
Yeah,
have limited uses?
1
it
per
doesn't
day.
say so.
1 per day.
Oh, okay. Then in that case, I can't do that.
Okay. Well, you could charm one of them.
You know what? I won't. I will just walk up to the horses that I gathered, and I will cast Speak with Animals
Okay.
again, and speak to one horse, and I'll just say, "It's time for you guys to go home." I'll speak to Daisy because
okay.
she's my friend now, of course.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, I can go
Oh,
home.
that's my horse.
We've reached a place where you can no longer travel.
Yeah.
Can you please-
Yeah, that seems right.
Can you guide the rest of the horses home with you?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, no, yeah, no.
No, probably not. No. No, I'm not really
Can-
I'm not really a pack leader horse.
Can you not just speak to them and say, "We're going home, boys. Let's go"?
Well, I could explain the situation to him. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe.
Okay.
You
And I'll
want
just
me to
leave it
do
at
that
that.
now or?
Yes.
Oh,
Obviously, we've taken the bags off.
yeah. I was wondering about that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll talk to him.
Thank you,
I
Daisy.
can't do it while you're watching.
Why not?
Self-conscious.
Aw.
What's the problem, Daisy? Why do you feel
No,
self-conscious?
it's no problem. It's just
You want to talk about it?
No, it's cool. It's fine.
I'm here for you, Daisy. If you need.
I
if you
know.
need me.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. Well, travel safe.
Hey, you too.
I'll come check on you when I get back to town.
Oh, hey, do you want me to tell them anything from you or anything?
Yeah, go home.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I can. I'll do that.
2 words. Go home.
Go home. Yeah, just like that.
Repeat it again
Go home.
and again.
go home.
Thank you, Daisy. Travel
Sure.
safe.
Yeah, you too.
Okay.
So during this, Sophie was just standing like above, just watching.
Okay.
You know, Carrot, I speak to animals too.
You do. Perhaps it might help if you speak to another horse and try and relay the same message.
What? You go home?
Yes.
Oh,
Travel home. Be safe.
that's not usually. I don't
I know.
usually convey messages like that.
I know you
Sometimes
want
I
to
can
eat
try.
them. You want to eat them, Sophie. I know, but
Oh, when you talk to them, yes, it helps the meat be very tender.
yeah, it's to lure them into a safe sense of security, right? Tender meat. Don't want to frighten the animals.
Yes, it can make the meat very bitter. Frightened. I'll go up to one of the horses though, not Daisy.
Okay.
And I'll pet its head. You need to go home. And I'll make an animal handling check.
Yeah, sure. Let's see how that goes.
Okay. 20.
It kind of looks at you, snuffles a little bit.
Go on home, and I smack its butt.
It starts running. And Daisy looks really upset, like starts to neigh a little bit. Kind of snorts at the other two horses. Gives sort of a sidelong glance at Carrot and then runs after the running away horse.
Just not.
The other horses just kind of start cantering after them, not really in a hurry or a worry.
Okay.
So where do we go from here?
Well, I would be checking out the plinth thing
Right.
Ah,
So
on the platform.
while the shenanigans were occurring, you were going over to the plinth, which you
Let
can
me tag
see. What's that?
I'm gonna tag along.
Okay. The two of you can see that there is writing on it. It says, or at the top, it is labeled Shrine of the Lost Noodle. And the text bids visitors to stop, rest, and give thanks to Saint Tortellinius, for safe travel.
Are there like signs of people leaving offerings around, or is it just a shrine?
It looks like nobody's been here in a long time.
There's no like bowls or I'm wondering if
I suppose there probably is like an old dusty broken bowl beside the plinth. Just some scattered coppers. There probably may have once been other things here, but time has carried them away. Time or maybe some scavengers.
I Ro will kneel for a moment in what looks like prayer, pull out a gold coin and leave it on the plinth.
Okay. I'm going to have you make a quick religion check for me.
Well, this is going to go well. That's 11.
11? Okay. Nothing happens. Hopefully, Saint Tortellinius has noticed this. Maybe.
Can I start walking towards the plinth after shooing away the horses as well?
Sure. Though it'll still be a couple minutes for you yet.
After their shenanigans are done, I'd probably yell, anyone who's faithful or superstitious, it suggests leaving an offering.
I will get out
Before
a
we pass
small
on.
canister of soup from my pack,
Okay.
and I will place it on the plinth,
Okay.
and I will use thaumaturgy to create the sound of simmering.
Ooh, okay.
Nice sound.
I'm gonna have you make a religion check for me.
Eight.
8. Nothing happens. You feel satisfied that you've made you've paid a tribute. And I'd say by now, Carrot, you said you wanted to kind of head over this way. If Patricia or Sophie, if either of you wanted to, you can as well.
Yeah, I would.
It's up to you guys. Okay.
I'll head that way too.
My first question is: do I know anything about Saint Tortellini or whatever the name was?
Tortellinius.
Tortellinius, sorry.
That would be a religion check. Not to be mistaken for the religion check they were making earlier.
22.
Figures. Yeah. Saint Tortellinius was a figure from maybe 400 or 500 years ago. He was one of the original Quizizards. Gotta work on pronouncing that.
Okay.
He was known for exploring a lot of this region after the Great Calamity, which kind of shed a lot of darkness over this entire region. So I guess I should say re-exploring it post-apocalyptic. He was a gourmet, of course, and it is said that he enjoyed pasta and indeed invented many forms of pasta himself.
Would I know if leaving a offering would benefit us in any way?
You would know that if Saint Tortellinius is pleased by an offering, that does tend to... He does smile on travelers that he takes a shine to.
Okay. In that case, I would like to just pull out a cupcake that has icing and a little cherry on top. And I'll just place that down on the plinth.
Okay, make a religion check. Another one. And now, watch, here comes the single-digit number.
Nope.
Oh.
23.
Beautiful. So first of all, you have inspiration. As you can feel a sense of wonder and sort of get a vague, distant whiff of boiling marinara. And then there's a little bit of a stone grinding sound as the plinth seems to slide maybe an inch to the left, revealing a narrow little slot beside it that you could reach a finger into. And now, mind you, the slot runs the entire length of the side of the plinth, and you can see that there's a little, some kind of a little stick in there.
Is everybody here now with me? Are we all at the plinth?
Pretty close
Because
by.
I believe
would
Sophie and Patricia followed, right? Me.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just say to the group, well, I'm assuming maybe they saw it as well, but I'll just say the plinth moved. There's a small little crack at the side here, and it seems like there's a stick inside.
Maybe it's a walking stick. Would help us get up the mountain.
Maybe.
Why don't
But
you try grabbing it?
I don't feel comfortable sticking my hands in small little places.
I don't even think my hands would fit in there.
That is
I'll
probably
grab it.
true.
And I'll just...
Okay.
If no one else is making moves to it, I'll shove a hand in and see what I can find.
You easily
step
pull
back.
out what looks like some kind of a wand.
Ooh.
It is actually sort of a pale yellow color, like the color of uncooked pasta.
Nice. I'll hand it to Carrot. I think you earned this.
I'll just take it. Thank you, Roy.
Overgame question, because I'm not familiar with how this works. The attuning to an item is like a short rest, correct?
Yep.
Is that a commonly known? Would like a character know that, or is
What
it
a
just...
character would know is that sometimes you have to take some time to sit and really meditate with an item to bond with it or to connect with it.
In that case, Ro would probably say, if you want some time with it, this seems like a nice spot to rest.
What do ones come under that as well?
I presume.
Yeah, anything that requires attunement. So it depends on if it needs
My-
attunement. You'd have to identify it first.
My ring, I assumed I would be able to attune to during our journey
Yes.
if it needed it.
And during any of the extended rests, you could.
Okay.
Can anybody tell me what this one does? And I'll look towards Patricia.
Would I need to have knowledge arcana in that to do that?
No, you just have to spend a short... So you could do an Arcana check. That's one way to
Okay.
identify it. Or you automatically succeed during a short or extended rest.
If you want to pass me that pasta, I can take a little time with it and figure out what it does.
Yes, please.
I take it and I spend time studying the pasta stick.
Okay. So it will take about an hour if you guys want to spend a short rest here. Is that everyone okay with that?
Okay. Is that what you guys want to do?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go for it.
Okay.
All right.
For these purposes, I will allow you not to have to do 2 different hours since it does require attunement. I'll let you identify and attune whoever's going to attune to it.
Okay.
This
I'll
is...
spend time with Carrot doing that.
Okay. This is the macaroni wand. And it has 7 charges. While holding it, if you are attuned to it, you can use your action to spend 1 charge to cast the Entangle spell with a DC of 13, causing all manner of hidden spiritual macaroni to manifest and wrap about whoever your targets are. It will regain 1d6 plus 1 charges every morning at dawn. Though if you ever spend the last charge, you have to roll a d20, and on a 1, the wand will boil into an actual macaroni noodle and will no longer be usable in Magic. Though it will still make a good macaroni noodle. A really big one, but, you know.
I impart this knowledge onto Carrot.
I think perhaps somebody else may be better to have this wand. And I'll just say to the group, I'll tell them exactly what it does and just say, would anybody be best to have this?
One note, it can only be wielded by a spellcaster.
Ah.
This
What does it
enough
do
for my
again?
plans.
Basically, it casts Entangle with a DC of 13.
I'd be happy to take it, but I've got plenty of my own spells.
And I'll look towards Patricia. Would you find any use of this wand?
I'll hold on to it for now, and if any of you want it, you can just face me in a cook-off for it or something. How does that sound?
Sounds brilliant.
I'll just, with her saying that and being unsure, I'll just put it in my pocket.
Okay, never mind.
Oh.
Okay.
Thank you for
Fine, it's
identifying
fine.
it.
Anytime.
All right.
FYI, Ro would have spent his short rest throwing stuff into the air and using it as target practice.
Okay.
Well, cantrips.
And you
not
guys haven't had the random encounter that I was anticipating, so no one's lost any hit points either.
anything.
done.
I'm not sure if Patricia and Sophie were planning on touching the plinth.
Nah, I'm cool.
Zuzu wants me to touch it.
I mean, I gave it an offering and it gave me a wand. Perhaps if you did it yourself, you may get yourself a gift.
I just
don't
walk
see
up
any
to
reason.
the plinth and I just tap it a couple times and say, "Hope you're doing good up there, buddy. Have a nice day."
Make a religion check.
Oh,
Hey, it counts.
I guess so. What is my... Okay. 1 second. Why do I
Tim,
keep rolling 8 every time? Alright, that's 11.
11. Okay, yeah. You get the probably what you were expecting. Not much response. What are you guys gonna do?
Sophie just crosses her arms and doesn't go near it.
Okay.
Seeing that, I think Ro would head on out in the direction that we're. I presume there's an obvious direction that we're going, or is this
You've
like
kind of just been
orienteering
following
now?
You've just been kind of following the river up to this point.
Okay.
Do I not know where it is with that check I made earlier? Like,
Correct.
This is
You do
where we're
not.
going.
No.
Okay.
You know where the river ends, but I mean, you guys are traveling on secondhand knowledge that Bayardini the First came here at all.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
can I make a check to find like our safest way?
Yes. So this is going to bring us into the final stretch of the journey. You guys can do survival, athletics, because it is now getting quite rugged. That's
Would
it.
anyone like to assist
Or
me?
or you can just tag along. Just kind of ride along. But
Well, I'll walk up to Sophie, seeing that she's trying to gauge the path we need to take, and I'll offer my assistance. I'll say, I can help you, and I'll also touch you, and
no
With
guidance for
guidance.
these checks, but it is noted.
no guidance for these checks.
All day long checks,
Just
man.
touch me for no reason.
It's like, okay, but yeah, I will offer my help.
Okay. So advantage. Yep. Anyone else doing anything?
I'll do a survival check.
Jesus Christ!
Well, that's what the advantage. Oh,
5!
2 2s.
oh, that is an unfortunate roll. Okay. You said you were also rolling survival?
Yeah, I'll do survival.
Okay.
Guys. Can I do the athletics? Can I change my mind?
You cannot. Okay.
I think it's this way.
I agree.
Are we just swimming upstream?
a lot of
Would
climbing.
you like to swim?
At this altitude, this far up the river, it's actually quite fast flowing. There's a lot of waterfalls, a lot more downward than horizontal movement with the river right now. So there's a lot of like steep hiking and traversing of like there's a few times where you have to climb cliff faces or else navigate a long way around. For those in case there's any of you who might be of an advanced age and maybe can't climb a cliff like you could have in your younger
Calling
years.
somebody out.
Don't want to specify any names there, but
And I keep an eye out for if there's any location that's would be like a nice vantage point.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously not like on the path that we're taking, but close to it.
okay,
Where I could maybe see a bit more than just the cliff we're climbing.
make a perception check. We'll see what you can spot. You might be able to salvage this because it's not going in a good direction right now. Never
That's
mind,
7.
that's on brand.
That's 7.
Okay. So unfortunately, you guys lose a lot of time here. You make it all the way to the natural spring the river forms from, without ever finding a sign of your quarry. You begin to spread out a little bit, like exploring more of the mountain away from the river, maybe hoping for a sign that Bayardini the First came here. You lose about 12 hours.
God.
All of the time that you'd made with the horses is probably unfortunately lost. You do have to camp overnight again. You guys can enjoy what meals you have available. Come the morning, it's back to searching, and you know that this is day 4. You need to find it today, or all is lost.
How far from the peak are we?
You're pretty near the peak, actually. You could probably reach the peak in a couple hours. You can see the top.
I'd suggest it as a destination.
Okay.
Maybe from the peak we could see the lay of the land, and
I like the sound of that. I'm gonna hook
Right.
it up there.
Do I see any birds nearby?
There's not really... No. There's not really any more trees at this point. You've kind of risen above the level of the forest.
Okay.
There might be the occasional, like... I guess like a bird of prey. But like there's not songbirds or forest birds up
Is
here.
there any chance I could get close to said bird of prey?
Probably not with all the failed checks at this point. Though,
Okay.
for the loss of those 12 hours and all of the time that you've been spending hiking up and down this mountain, I need everyone to make a Constitution saving throw.
ooh,
Oh, I was going to.
Well, hell.
shit.
Jesus Christ.
Unfortunate.
That was a natural one for me. If that,
I'm sorry, DM. I don't know if I'm not seeing it. Where can I find that? Is that
If
just
you
to my
Uh,
constitution?
click the little saving throws button on the left side.
So the little square.
Oh, there it is. Sorry.
Okay, you found it.
Sorry, I'm dyslexic. I'm getting there.
It's all good.
okay.
I'm
This
very new to
sheet's a
D&D
little-
Beyond.
Yeah, I'm still.
Oh,
doing
okay,
it.
cool. It's just gonna be a straight roll for me. All right.
Wait, you're not... I thought wizards were proficient in con, aren't they?
I might be 14 plus. It just says +0 on con.
Okay,
Well, there you go.
There it is. Good news. It was a DC 14.
I haven't done it yet,
Yes.
but I would just like to say I wanted to cast guidance on myself.
This is
before
an
rolling.
all-day thing. This
What,
is
on con as well?
This is the result
Oh,
of
man.
you guys having done that all day.
All right.
This is what came from it.
We did it.
7.
Okay,
Some of us did it.
so here's the bad news. Those of you who got below a 14 gain 1 level of exhaustion.
what does
Right.
exhaustion mean in terms
So-
of mechanics?
Stage 1 exhaustion isn't too bad. It's just a penalty on... It's disadvantage on skill checks and ability checks, I believe. Not attack rolls, not saving throws.
Okay.
On D&D Beyond, if you click conditions, there does say exhaustion at the bottom. So on the right side, just under your hit points. If you click that, and then
Oh,
you can
yeah.
put 1 exhaustion.
Added.
There you go.
It doesn't show any like disadvantage though. I don't know if it's supposed to show that on the sheet.
I'm not sure. I mean, I know exhaustion off the top of my head. I do
Yeah.
know that level 6 exhaustion is where you die.
It probably would if you rolled it.
Yeah, level 1 exhaustion is just disadvantage on ability checks. Level 2 is speed halved, so on. Level 2 is where it starts to get ugly. Right now, it should be okay, especially since you're nearly there, you hope, if this place exists. But that's only for those of you who rolled below a 14. Which is 3 of the 5 of you.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a rough day. You guys are probably pretty freaking tired of mountain. However, on day 4, as you take the idea and make your way up toward the caldera, you do come across something rather interesting. It's kind of just standing out in the middle of nowhere. You're so focused on the steep climb up toward the summit that you almost walk right into it before you spot it. But there, rising straight out of the ground, is a stone obelisk, about 15 feet in diameter, maybe 30 feet tall, solid black, and etched into it in crisp white accents is an inscription.
Am I able to read said subscription? Stop to me.
Both.
Inscription.
Yes, you are. It is written in the common tongue. It says, "A head of loose, lengthened hair wears a hat of crimson flare, crowned by rocks to chew and tear, in falling snow to hide the lair."
Can you put that in chat?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
Do I know anything about this obelisk? Like this big ass 30-foot tall black obelisk just sitting here up a mountain?
It's not really something that's well known. I would say if you did, it would have been from that earlier knowledge check, but since you didn't get quite high enough to know the history of this place, I would say this is probably outside of your expertise.
Okay. I'll just say to the group, does anybody know what this means? A lair? Is the Sprig in this lair? Is there a monster perhaps guarding this place? As I look around.
It sounds like a volcano that has spiky rocks and is being snowed upon. Is there anywhere on this mountain that is snowing, or is it not that tall?
The mountain doesn't appear to be tall enough to have a snow cap.
Well, I don't see any snow, so there's nothing I can see that would hide a layer. Perhaps something that looks like snow. Is there white flowered plants around, or
there's not really a lot of life up here.
No, I didn't think there was. Yeah,
There was. It's active, right?
It is.
It's not raining down ash or anything.
No, there is a fair bit of ash, but it's not currently raining down or anything.
Maybe it's under some ash that's kind of snowy.
What does crowned by rocks to chew and tear mean? Is something eating rocks?
are there any rock formations that look like teeth? Or
Make a perception
spiky
check.
teeth?
And a lair generally does have something hiding within it.
6.
You don't see
That
any.
is 10 in total.
Oh, 10. You don't really see any. Nothing that look like sharp or,
Not sure. Maybe there's a bowl at the top of the volcano that hides a layer. But I don't really understand the rest of the
The head of loose, lengthened hair. Humanoid. Crimson flare could be fire. Could be red hair.
Well,
It's the
Sounds
bottom
like
part.
a bowl of spaghetti to me.
if you've ever seen a volcano go off it leaves strands of magma. Maybe that's the reference to hair, but other than that, maybe the obelisk wants us to cut off some hair and give it to it.
It's falling snow. Cheese on top of the spaghetti.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, like Parmesan.
Meatballs and spaghetti.
Are we going to have a lunch break soon?
I figure
This
we
is making me
probably
hungry.
Sounds
don't
like
think-
they kind of gave us the idea for lunch.
Yeah. Well,
It barely starts grumbling.
I am happy to eat.
I'm just gonna walk around the outside of the obelisk, see if I see anything else.
Make an investigation check.
Just an 8.
8. Don't
Yeah.
see anything.
Is there any way, this is sort of an overgame question, is there any way to check if an object is magical without casting detect magic? Because I don't have that.
I allow Arcana check to see if you can get like a magic
Would I? Is that okay?
feel
Can I
from
check?
it.
To
But
see
it
if
does tend to
there's,
be it does tend to be very difficult because detect magic is generally considered accessible. Just keep that in
in
mind.
that case, I will say to the group, can anyone detect any magic on the obelisk? Maybe
I'll try.
there's something we have to do to open it.
I'll put
can-
my hand on it.
Yeah, I will too.
Okay. It's very very warm to the touch. Not hot, like not to burn you, but there is a heat radiating from it.
Did Cherry say she was casting detect magic?
I'm casting detect magic
Oh, okay. Spell slot or as a ritual?
ritual.
Okay. That will take 10 minutes, just so you're aware. Is everyone good with that?
We're making lunch. I'm fine with that.
Sweet. Okay. As of the conclusion of your ritual, I believe for the next 10 minutes, you can just detect magic. It does detect as magic.
What kind of magic does it detect as?
Does 5e give you that? I think it's school, right?
I think it's school because I'm pretty sure Caleb does it all the time.
I think you might be right.
Critical role.
And you learn the school of magic, if any. You get transmutation.
This thing is magical, and this looks like it's that kind of magic where you do stuff and you get other stuff.
So we maybe have to present it with the right items.
I'm making spaghetti right now, just in case it's not clear.
Are we going
Okay.
to present it with spaghetti?
God, I could go for some of that.
I'm presenting you guys with spaghetti. Hell if I care what you do with it.
I'm sitting down beside Patricia, just helping her.
Okay.
Yay.
Anything else?
Can I make some meatballs to add to the top
Oh
of the
hell
spaghetti?
no! I'm
If-
making meatballs.
Know your place.
You-
Are we
well,
gonna have a ball?
Get out of my way!
You guys both could do
That's
it.
all
if you-
wrong.
You certainly
There
have
is
the
no
ingredients.
teamwork here.
I'm willing to learn from your expertise.
She will teach you.
Okay.
I will say to Cherry, do you think the other obelisk was also transmutation? It moved when given an offering and presented something?
I mean, that makes sense to me.
But it's 30 foot tall. As I look up, how were we meant to offer? Do I see any like footholds, like a ladder, anything like that on the outside?
It is perfectly smooth all around, as far as you can tell. Though, actually, I guess you can make an investigation check on that as well. Now that you're looking for something a little more specific.
4.
4. Yeah, as far as you can tell, it's all perfectly smooth.
This is a very specific thing to check. Can I check to see if it looks like the obelisk is sat on the ground, or if it's like it goes into the ground?
It?
Like, is there
looking at it? You can see just by like a quick brushing of the ash off the sides, it is set into the ground.
Okay.
I make a religion check, having gathered that the one down the slope had some religious significance, to see if I could understand more about it.
To kind of determine if there's religious significance to this one, yeah, I'd allow that. That's fine.
3.
Why are we rolling so low?
10. As far as you can discern, this doesn't seem like it was crafted with the same reverence as the other one. It almost seems almost like it's just left here, almost at random. The vibe you're getting is that this probably is not of religious significance. It's probably both newer than that other pedestal was, and has more of a home security purpose than it does a like a marker of some significant moment.
Does it have a flat top?
From the bottom, hard to say. It looks like it might. Like, you obviously, without being 30 feet tall, it's hard to tell, but...
I am going to cast on what I'm going to presume is a flat top. Create barbecue at the top of it. Which is basically create
bonfire. I had a feeling.
So 5 foot cube is
yeah, it's a 15-foot diameter obelisk, so there's more than enough room up there.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, it just lights a fire. Doesn't say how long for.
I believe it's concentration.
It's concentration.
Yeah.
Okay, I will do that and see if anything changes.
You do so. Nothing seems to change, nor does anything come falling off, giving you the idea that it's probably flat at the top.
Can I?
That was the hat of crimson flare. That's all I had.
Can I put my ear up to it? Do I hear anything?
Make a perception check. It is warm to the press of your face, though.
Mm-hmm. Fuck! No. Just no.
Nope.
Can I
Nothing.
knock on it?
Knocking on it, it sounds solid.
I'll just shrug and sit back down
there-
with Patricia.
Is there anything that I know historically of this person, since I'm kind of old and
Fair. You know what? You can
well-versed?
do a history check on Chef
Sure.
Bayardini the First.
Okay.
Sure.
Just to see if maybe I can derive some sort of.
Oh, no!
Why?
Wait, aren't you a halfling?
What?
Aren't
I
you
am a
halfling?
halfling.
You
yeah.
re-roll that ones.
Yeah. Let's do it. Let's do it. Yeah, 8 again.
Okay, but it's not an average.
Today's not my day. No, I know. So that's gonna be 14.
14? You've heard the name. Most everybody who's done any work in Andalon for too long knows the Bayardini name, because they have a very famous marinara brand. Though, as for the original Chef Bayardini, he was supposed to be some kind of a marinara revolutionary who changed the game. As far as like his actual life or how he lived or what he did or where he went, you don't really know. Unfortunately, it was over 100 years ago. Though. It was over 100 years ago.
I'm gonna press my spaghetti up against the obelisk
Okay.
and see if anything happens.
Do it.
Nothing happens when you press it against it.
Didn't think so.
Can I try
Well,
using my dwarven stone cunning to see if I could learn something meaningful about the rock that it's made from?
What does that give you? Okay, yeah.
I get taken in a history check. related to the origin of stonework. Considered proficient in the history skill, and I get double proficiency to the check.
Okay. I just wasn't sure which check. I mean, you can definitely roll something. You know what? Let's just call it.
History.
Yeah, history check. That should be fine.
Oh my god.
Guys, come on.
How are we rolling so bad?
This is
Like, there's not been a
terrible.
good roll in so long.
I could just try attacking it.
That's maybe we should dance. Let's
So-
dance.
With your dwarven stone cunning, you are able to discern one thing.
It's stone.
I mean,
It is not all stone. You're pretty
It's
sure
hard.
there is a concavity in there.
Great. I will relay that information.
Does anybody have a way to get up to the top of this thing? Maybe there's something up there.
Oh, for sure, I could climb it.
I have rope.
Why don't we go up there and see if there's anything we can see from up there?
Sorry, did you say it's hollow?
Seems to be.
To clarify, it doesn't seem like it's hollow so much as there is one spot where it might have a hollow spot in it, but it's not hollow all the way through.
Okay.
It's
Just
not
as a
hollow.
fail safe, I
It's
pull out
small.
some whipped cream and put it in my hand. I could save one of you if you fell from the top of there. So
Oh, I don't think I would fall.
oh, you never know.
I'd
I'll
take
pull
some whipped
out-
cream though.
I'll pull out the rope
Okay.
and just like swing it around it and use it as like a anchor and just like
Mulan style.
yeah.
Got
Nice.
it. Got it.
I'll throw his barbecue down there at them when I get up.
Oh, I can turn it off whenever I like. So if you were going up there, I think I'd turn it off so you didn't just climb into a barbecue.
All right, so I'm gonna have you make an athletics check. The rope is gonna give you advantage.
Okay.
And I will give you guidance.
That is
Okay.
you can totally do that. Yep.
Oh, my god.
And I'll give you a round of applause.
Okay. And
Thank God for that rope.
I mean, you have disadvantage anyway, but that's okay.
so 21.
21. Okay.
21. We've rolled something, guys.
You get to the top, just in time to kind of see the barbecue fade away into the mist.
Oh.
Smells good though. The smell still permeates the air up there, and there's also a hint of something else, like a distant marinara smell. The top is flat as anticipated, smooth.
I'll
That's
feel
about it.
around up there looking for anything weird.
Make an investigation check.
Oh no. 11.
11. Yeah, that's what I thought. You don't find anything.
I smack it. I'm gonna pull out my maul and just smack the shit out
You
of
mean
it.
your tenderizing hammer?
No, actually it's called flesh clapper. I pull out my flesh clapper and I hit it really hard.
Okay. That's like a thunderclap. Those of you who weren't really ready for it might even cause like a little start, because there is
Yeah,
a
I would.
sudden deafening bang from the top of that obelisk. You find that the hammer leaves like a little chip in the surface of the stone.
Okay. Nothing else.
Nothing else.
Can you see? Can you see into the volcano from up there?
Can I?
Not quite, but you can see the surrounding area pretty clearly.
Is there like a clear path or
It does look like there's a really ancient trail that kind of meanders its way up toward the caldera from here.
It's pretty obvious though, right?
No.
No? Oh. There's a trail is that way that goes up. But that's about it.
I mean, unless you guys have got any other ideas, we could check out the top of the volcano and hope it doesn't explode.
If you want your sprig to be really safe, why not put it next to the volcano? Right?
Surrounded by
in
stone.
In a 30-foot obelisk, but I don't know how to open it.
I say we take a peek. Just to be safe.
But better than nothing.
Just to clarify, something that you said, Ashla. If you want to look for a way to open something that you believe opens, that is an investigation check.
Oh. Yeah, so can I ask, you said there might be a cavity in here somewhere. Can you point out exactly where you think that might be? And I'll see if there's like a
I will
hidden
do that.
hatch.
Make an investigation check. And I will say, since it's being pointed out to you, you can roll with advantage.
Oh, and I'll give you guidance. Do we still have exhaustion? We're still.
Yeah.
Those of you who have it still have it, yes.
Is this... So if
It's just a straight check.
It's just a straight check.
Oh,
I'll
you
give you
were
the-
exhausted?
I'll give you guidance.
Don't bother. That is 3, 6 plus a d4. Hang on. May as well. That's 10.
Gotta do it.
Okay, I'll go one further. You have now located it. Like, you're certain, yeah, there is something here. Like, there's a little
Okay.
crack. And it looks like about the size of, like, maybe like a microwave, if you know what I'm like, maybe it's like a foot high by maybe 2.5, 3 feet wide. But you can't figure out how to open it.
I would relay that to the group.
What did you say?
There's a hatch. Come have a look. Climb down.
Am I done up here?
I'm hither.
I'll settle on down.
Okay.
They didn't show how Mulan got down in the movie, so
Same way.
Backflip.
I'm just gonna like hug it, like and just slide down.
Sure, that should work. Okay, you slide back down.
I mean, has anyone got tools to open things that shouldn't be opened? It's not my forte, I'm afraid.
Have you tried knocking on the door?
It makes a
I have
little
now.
echo. Like, you can hear that it's not hollow, or it's hollow on the other side of where you just knocked. But
I'll try pushing on it. You know, like one of those microwave little buttons. Like I look for that. Like I just like give it some pushes.
make a investigation check. I guess I would call that
Oh, man.
with
An electric
advantage
sliding door.
because you guys have advantage on this since you know what you're trying to do and where you're trying to do it. But
There you go. 17.
okay, pushing on it, you find that like pushing in just the right spot, there's sort of a little depress. And then when you push on the other spot at the same time, another depress, and the whole thing slides down, revealing a very narrow little cabinet space. It's about 2 feet deep, again, about the size of like the interior of a microwave.
There's spaghetti in there?
There is not. It's empty, it looks
There
like.
is now.
Is there?
I put spaghetti in there.
You're not going to eat your spaghetti?
I ate the meatballs off it.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
I made plenty of spaghetti for everyone.
So you
Yeah, I'm still eating mine.
you put it in there. Nothing seems to happen.
And I shut it.
Is there a number pad? Put it in for 3 minutes.
Put it in for 3 minutes.
Nothing happens.
Make sure you stop it at 1
I
second.
open it back up, put a meatball in, and then shut it again.
When you shut it, you can hear the sound of stone moving.
It wanted the meatballs.
And then the
Why
entire
wouldn't it?
obelisk slowly begins to sink downward.
Oh, Shiza! I
Descending.
step back.
And we're going to take a quick break here and come back for
Cool.
the second half in just a
I'm
moment.
gonna go make a cup of tea.
And we're back. Okay, so we just left off. You solved the riddle of the obelisk, and it began to sink into the ground, slowly lowering. After maybe 30 seconds, it moves about a foot per second. You can see the top just slowly sinking down. What do you do?
Should we get on?
Can we all fit on there?
It's 15 feet in diameter. Bigger than your tiny kitchen, technically.
All right.
Yes.
I
Yes, we
guess
should.
so.
I'll be the last one to step on.
I'll be the first.
So the quickest of you, it's because you kind of hesitated a bit, it's already about a foot down. The last of you, like, you kind of have to do like a little hop down, and it maybe hurts your ankles just a little bit because you're a little person.
In heavy armor.
In heavy armor. Yeah. But
Do I have time to fasten a rope to anything?
probably not unless, well, I mean, you could, but you're going to be jumping down a little further that way.
Well, I have a rope.
You did already
No,
have
to
your
tie.
rope out.
Is there like I
think-
want to like tie it to something and then kind of like have it down there with me? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get you.
Like a nearby tree.
Yeah, something like that.
Maybe a rock.
Rock, a pointy rock.
Yeah. You can do that. By the time you do it, I would say it's probably about 20 to 30 feet down.
Okay, I'll rope down quickly.
Okay.
I'm glad you didn't say jump because you're a Goliath.
And as,
And there's
as it
nowhere to
drops-
go.
as it dropped below the level of the ground, like a little bit of the ash kind of trickled in from the sides, but by and large, it's a worked shaft. In fact, the walls are so smooth that you're reasonably confident. Is it Cherry or Cheery?
Cherry.
Okay, Cherry. It's probably magically worked, to be honest, with how perfectly smooth this is.
Okay.
Also, the heat begins to get almost stifling. Like it's hot, like you're breathing into an open oven. Not hot enough yet that you're taking damage, but it's certainly like it's unpleasant. You immediately break out into a sweat. All of you except those with fire resistance.
I was gonna say my ring. Does that do anything?
You feel fine. Totally fine. And there's now a very distinct scent of oregano and tomato and garlic and onion in the air. And you can hear bubbling of some molten liquid nearby. As
Tomato
this
sauce.
stone elevator carries you down into the interior of the volcano. Hang on, I'm trying to. I just realized that I didn't actually create an audio for the interior, and I'm feeling very foolish all of a sudden.
I like this
Whoops.
audio, it's great.
Well, this is your investigation music. I can't hear it. You're not
love it.
investigating anymore.
We need to find the murderer, Tim.
Yeah, well, we've tried that before. It didn't work out.
Wrong campaign.
That'll work, I guess. Get a little creep. It's not so much musical, but
We'll do it in 2 weeks, it's fine.
hang on. I know what I can use. Just one moment. I apologize. What was it? Mine? Is that the one? Yes.
I vote Skyrim soundtrack.
Got it. I can't. I don't have it. Also, everybody uses
should-
that because it's free. Low-hanging fruit.
Is it copyright free? Is it?
Yeah. Skyrim is copyright free. I think there's a
Ooh,
few.
Interesting.
The Witcher music is also. At least The Witcher 3.
It's not copyright free. I checked.
You sure?
Yeah, they gave Critical Role permission to use it. Same thing with Blizzard.
I've seen it used on streams and it hasn't been a problem, but I don't know.
Maybe they don't. Maybe they actively don't go after anyone. I know when I looked into it, I was
don't
told I
know.
can't use it.
Yeah.
Okay. So the elevator eventually descends to a point where one wall kind of opens up and you can see a large let me turn that down just a bit. You can see a large wide open chamber, and it descends maybe another 40 feet before coming to a stop at the floor of this chamber. It's dark, hot, but dark, and you can see at the far end of the chamber there is a faint red glow illuminating one tunnel. Those of you with dark... Do any of you have dark vision? Most of you have dark vision, don't you? I was going to say. With dark vision, you guys can see that there's actually two tunnels, one of which is dark, but from which the most potent aroma is coming. The one that is glowing also has an aroma, more of like marinara without seasoning. Just base marinara. As for the chamber itself, actually, before I go any further, I do want to clarify one little uncommon 5th edition rule that people may not know. Dark vision does not negate disadvantage on attack rolls. Dark vision treats darkness as dim light, which means you still have disadvantage. You need it to be bright light to not have disadvantage on attack rolls, just so you guys are aware. Or on
Where does it list that if you have dark vision?
racial features.
Features and traits.
Features and traits.
Features
That's
and
one.
traits, yeah.
Right, new character sheet. Sorry. Not used to
And
using
it should
D&D
be
Beyond.
second from the bottom. Or you could just click the racial traits tab under that
I
part.
don't have dark vision, so
Oh.
I'm gonna light up a torch.
Okay. Anything special, or is it just a regular torch?
No, it's just a torch.
Just a regular torch? Okay. Okay. Well, as you light up this torch, illuminating the room properly, what you see is some kind of a grand entrance hall. Let me move this over here so I'm not just staring. I can kind of pretend I'm looking at you guys. At the end of the hall, you can see a tremendous stone statue of sort of a larger man in a chef hat and apron. He has both of his hands held out, though the statue is so large that the hands are about 40 feet above the floor. And resting in the hands is a plate of spaghetti. And sticking out of the top of the spaghetti, you can make out the hilt of a sword. From the statue back toward you are 8 pillars, 4 on each side. And each pillar is carved into the shape of that aproned man in some different pose or activity, while the walls behind each pillar are painted in mural to provide some kind of a backdrop that goes with each respective column. The floor itself is dusty, stone, of course, but bears very little debris, no signs of, like, there's no bones, there's no rats, it's just barren. And as you move forward out of the elevator, the first column, hang on, I might have miscounted. 1, 2.
There's not 8, there's 2.
Okay, so like as you're walking along, looking at one column in the background, you can see that it depicts this man not wearing the hat at all. He looks more like a butcher. He's got a cleaver, and he's holding some kind of a sword, though the blade looks like it might have been shaped from some kind of sausage or a brat. Hard to tell. It is only stone after all.
No, I can tell, surely.
And the background depicts like a butcher shop. The next shows him outside of this butcher shop. It looks like it's been foreclosed in the painting. The statue indicates a man determined, looking for a new life. The next column after shows this man in like travel robes. He's got a travel chef's hat. His apron is worn and stained. You can. It looks like he's been enduring the elements. There's a mountain behind him. In the next, he's clearly scaling this mountain. It looks like he's near the caldera, and he's like leaning in and smelling the steam coming out of the volcano. You see another showing him over some kind of a great pot. He's stirring it. There's no sign of the sausage sword that he wielded. And so on and so on. The most noteworthy probably being the massive 50-foot high statue with the plate at 40 feet, behind which you can see the mural depicts a natural cavern with steps up and little sprigs of rosemary growing throughout this chamber, and one in the very center of the wall behind him with almost a divine light shining down upon it. There are 2 exits from this, as mentioned before. There's a smaller passage that leads into like a glowing area. And there's a more intense heat coming from that passage. While at the back of the room, sort of to the right and behind the massive statue of this chef, it is a dark passage, but there is an unmistakable aroma of cooking, of sautéing vegetables coming from that way. What do you guys do?
So where do we go first?
Well, that smell is making me hungry.
We've just had lunch. We
Well, somebody
don't
didn't get their spaghetti. Just a reminder.
Yeah, I rubbed mine on an obelisk.
Haven't spent enough time with the halflings. Time for second lunch.
11
There's
Z's.
always time for 11Zs, yes.
Did you say that we could see basically the big sprig in this current room?
You can see a mural depicting it.
Okay.
The sword in the spaghetti,
Yep.
does it look like it's stone?
No, actually.
I presume the spaghetti is stone.
The spaghetti is stone, but no, the sword doesn't. It looks like it might be some kind of a meaty texture.
What?
If you
I'll
give
point-
me a moment, I can
point
see if
that
it's magical.
I suppose I can wait.
What's the range on detect magic? You might have to climb a little bit to get up there.
I think it's
Oh yeah, you'd have to get 10 feet closer to it somehow, because it's 40 feet up.
Oh, there's a ritual.
I'll just pick her up and point her at it and lift her.
I mean, the plate of spaghetti is big enough that it could easily be stood upon. Like, you could climb the statue if you wanted, if you want to try to get up there.
I do, and I will.
All right. You can make an athletics check if you'd like, though it is quite tall.
I would not like, but I'll do it.
Can I give her a boost? Assist?
Yeah, I'll allow that. So you have advantage.
I could get a rope up there. If you have one spare. That'll help you get up.
Take a 10.
No, you have advantage because I'm helping you.
I have disadvantage because I failed a roll.
Oh, right.
Oh, right.
That's right.
Damn it.
Okay,
Great roll.
so before... See, I almost said E3. Before Ro can get the rope, like you're already starting to unpack. Oh no, you didn't have rope. You said if someone. So you mentioned the rope. Cherry's already trying to like climb up. With Sophie giving her a leg up. Unfortunately, like you find that there's a moisture on the stone that makes it very slick, and you actually slide right off. You don't get high enough to hurt yourself. But you find that it is a very difficult climb.
It looks harder than it looks. Is harder than it looks. That one.
Both.
If anyone's got a rope, I can get it up there.
I've got a rope. Hold
My
it up
rope
for
is
you.
back over that way.
You can have mine. I probably won't need it.
So I'm going to cast Sous Chef, which is just mage hand.
Mm-hmm.
And if I can get it to tie a rope onto an appropriate point.
Sure. Yeah, you can do that. Like, you could, since the arms are held out, like, you know, more supplicating, you could easily just have it carried over the wrists and, like, tied with room to spare.
Cool.
Now, mind you, maybe not too much room to spare. Like, the rope, if it's 50 feet, won't be all the way down to the floor, but it's low enough that, like, even the 3-footers could grab hold of the bottom and pull themselves up on it.
I mean, I'm not very athletic, but if someone else wants to
I'm doing it.
It is only a DC 5 to climb a rope, by the way.
I literally can't tell.
I could probably manage it, but Goliath first.
Okay.
While this is happening, Tim, can I ask, what's the distance between the two exits?
Like 40 feet. It's quite a large chamber.
Is there any way I could perhaps see if there's any tracks? I know you said there was dust on the floor, but see if...
Make a survival check.
Seven. Yes.
There
Tim,
are
7.
signs of footprints, but there's no real rhyme or reason to them. You couldn't follow where they go, but you can see that somebody's been here. It looks like the tracks are centered around the glowing tunnel. And once going up to that tunnel, by the way, looking, you can see like it has a sharp turn at the end, but the light seems to be coming from around that corner, and it's quite brilliant. And it's like oven blast to your face just standing in that tunnel entrance.
Okay, I'll just walk back to the group.
Okay.
And that's it.
By about this time, you've got the rope tied off. Who was going to climb it?
I'll climb it.
Okay. Make your athletics check.
The sword is like up there in the bowl, right?
It is, and it's set right into the stone spaghetti.
I'll
Like
pull
someone took
the
a
sword
toothpick and
out
just...
and throw it down to you. You can decide if it's magic or whatever. So,
Mumble, mumble, mumble.
I'm
just
not sure
starting to climb up there.
I'm not sure I like the idea of you throwing a sword at me, but sure.
It's just say at you.
It's just a meat sword. It's just a
In
meat
your
sword.
general direction. Athletics.
Mm-hmm.
Just slapped by a
Wait, do
sausage.
you need me to roll?
Yes,
like
because aren't you rolling with disadvantage?
Why would I be rolling?
Aren't you exhausted?
No.
Oh.
No.
No.
Can you roll less than a 5?
No.
Then no, you don't need to roll. All right. Sophie clambers easily up the rope, maybe even hand over handing it. Just pulling herself straight up to the top. You clamber up onto the plate, and you can see that the intricacy with which the spaghetti was carved is almost unbelievable. It's hard to imagine someone doing this by hand. It almost had to be magic. Like, each individual noodle has been carved with even the appropriate amount of space between noodles. You can almost smell the delicious Andalon's sauce covering it. And there's like a trio of meatballs on the top, from which the center of which the sword has been stabbed into.
The sword is made of meat?
Only the blade.
Fuck that meat sword.
What kind of, can I tell by looking what kind of meat it is?
Yeah. You're confident that it is some kind of brat. Beef, of course.
You brought sword, okay? I'm gonna put my hand on that meat.
Mmm. Touch that meat.
Oh, you're the worst.
Well,
Anything happen?
no. No. You want to try to pull it out?
I'm gonna pull it out. That's right.
Fuck that meat.
The sword actually slides out of the stone as easily as though it were a scabbard.
and it's just a fucking brat.
Yeah, I mean, it's shaped. The blade is a brat, but you can see that the sharp edge of each side of the blade glows with what looks like some kind of a fire. It's a
I know you
hot.
keep saying this is a sword, but like I imagine it more like a big honking club, you know?
Yeah.
The middle portion is like it's like somebody took a knife and just like carved a brat into the shape of a broadsword. Only the blade though. Then they stuck it on a hilt.
Is it actual meat?
Like you want to test it?
Sniff it? I'll sniff it.
Sniff it?
Lick
It
the
smells. It
Mm.
smells like
Lick
it's
that
been battered in beer,
I'll
and
lick
there's a
it.
faint. There's a faint essence of cheddar cheese.
I'm gonna lick it. Not the sharp side.
It's hot.
Ooh,
It's actually hot. It's perfectly cooked.
Ooh.
ooh. I might just eat this. Hold on, guys.
Nom 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 nom.
I'll
Don't
look
eat the
down
sword.
there. I have the sword. Very tasty.
You know there's such thing as swallowing swords, right?
Do you taste all of your swords, or
I've just the ones that smell like meat, look like meat.
And
Okay.
it does leak a little bit of cheese if you squeeze it.
Oh god.
You know, you could sell these things at festivals. I think it'd be a huge hit.
I'm
I
not
think
going
it's
to,
one of a kind.
to throw it. I'm afraid it might explode cheese on you.
I'll make sure to close my mouth.
So I'll use the rope and just slide back down.
Okay.
And then I'll undo the rope with sous chef.
I will look at it to see if it's magical.
Okay. I guess as part of now, mind you, in an ongoing campaign, I might not do this, but as part of since you're casting detect magic and you're spending the time on it, I'll also give it you can identify it. I would say in that instance, since you're using a spell, that makes sense to me. You spend the 10 minutes studying the sword, and you find, by the way, most of you, those of you who are unaccustomed to working with meat, it is too hot to touch, almost like it's repelling you.
That meat is too hot to handle.
Those of you who are more accustomed with meat, which would probably be... Actually, most of you work with meat to some extent, don't you?
I don't.
Spicy meatball.
Okay, well, most of you have no problem handling it. One of you, for sure, definitely does.
I wouldn't want to touch it anyway.
This is the Verst sword. You stole my joke earlier. I had that written already.
Apologies.
It is a +1 flaming broadsword. In addition to being considered fire damage, though, the attacks are also meat damage, and therefore bypass fire resistance unless something is resistant to both fire and meat.
Nice.
On a critical hit, the weapon deals an additional 2d6 damage, and you heal those hit points. As molten cheese seeps out of it onto the target, and you get to eat that cheese, which is delicious.
So,
Sticky cheese.
What did you find out about it?
Well, it's pretty weird. It seems kind of looks you up and then up again. Sort of perfect for you, really. If you wield it, then you can make things burn a little bit. That'd be good. And the meatiness of it makes things that don't like meat very much hurt too. And there's a reciprocal property to the meat where if you hit something with the meatiness part of this sword, you might regain some meatiness yourself.
Oh my!
That's a lot of meat.
I'll swing the sword just in the air.
It leaves
Probably
sort of
doesn't go-
like a sparkler trail behind in the air for a moment. And a delicious scent of grilling beer brats.
Hungry again.
Well, if you don't mind, does anybody mind if I hang on to this?
I don't need that sword, Sophie.
Nope. No interest here.
I don't touch meat.
I feel
You
like
better
it's
hand
been-
that thing over right now. You know what's good for you.
So funny.
I try.
I'm pretty. The blade is probably longer than Patty is tall.
It was called sarcasm.
I got it. I just thought it was
Yeah,
funny.
I know.
I went and looked at the two exits. There seems to be footprints at both entrances or exits.
Footprints are by the glowing one.
Just by the glowing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, because I wanted to check both, so it was
Yeah.
just the glowing.
Just the
Okay.
glowing one. Yeah.
Never mind, I'll redact that last part. There was footsteps by the glowing entrance, so it seems people have been either fairly recently or in the past coming
Were
to
they-
and from.
Were they human footprints?
You couldn't tell.
I couldn't tell. I'm sorry.
Maybe I could tell. I'll take a look.
Okay. You can make a survival check.
I'll join her and I'll also take a look.
My red squirrel is on my shoulder because it's too hot in my pocket for it.
Okay.
Ah. 5.
7.
5 and 7. Oh no. You guys can't tell. You can see the tracks since he, pointed them out, but unfortunately,
I'm too
they're
busy
fairly
looking at my
old.
sword.
I would say you can tell they're fairly old. Like not in the last day or two.
Do you think it's worth going through this door or checking the other one out too, or first?
If in doubt, follow your nose.
I would go to the less obvious one myself.
I
Maybe
think
we
I
should
would too.
down the other one for first in case something is. We don't want anything to sneak up on us.
I can't be sneaked up on. But yes.
That makes one of us.
Speak up, Ashley.
I feel like where we need to go is in the hot room. But curiosity will always tell me to go towards the other room first.
Would you like me to lead the way?
Sure. I'll be right behind you.
So you're going down the dark passage?
Yeah, but I have a torch out.
Okay.
If we're all in agreement, yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm going meat first.
Meet
I'm right
first.
by her side.
Okay.
I would just like to point out, I've got my mace and shield out. I don't know if any of you know what a Battenberg cake is. I know Ashlo does.
oh yeah.
Mhm.
No?
I will post a link in the chat in a second, but that is what the head of my mace is.
That's all.
It's like
Nice.
a rectangular cake, and my shield is covered in rock cakes.
Okay.
Nice.
That is.
Like it.
All right.
While we're there, Cheery also unslings her shield, which is a really big soup pot lid.
Never know when you need to let it simmer.
I guess in preparation, I will just tap my shoulder and an apron pops up. It's all frilly and it says "Kiss the Cook" on it for Mage's Armor.
Fantastic.
I'm prepared now.
Okay. As you proceed down this dark tunnel, the smell gets stronger and stronger. As the passage turns, it opens into a larger chamber, and the odors of onion and garlic are so potent here that you can see there's a thick cloud of onion and garlic gas in the air that you will have to proceed through if you want to cross this chamber.
Sorry, can you repeat that last bit?
There is a thick cloud of onion and garlic gas that kind of hangs about this open chamber. You will have to pass through it to get to the other side.
Will it affect the short people who are close to the ground?
Yes.
Damn it. Okay.
Well, this looks damaging. Maybe we should check the go back and check what's down the other passage first.
Do I see anything in the room besides this gas?
You can faintly make out that there is another opening at the far end of the chamber.
We could go back.
Let me check to see if it's flammable, and I will cast some spicy meatball.
I'll move back about 20 feet.
Okay.
into the gas cloud with the thought of setting it alight and seeing if it burns the gas away.
As you do so, it does, like, it burns, it illuminates the room much better and kind of disperses the gas a little bit momentarily. It does not ignite per se.
Okay. Doesn't burn away,
but it does
gas.
illuminate that you can see that hanging from the ceiling above the gas are numerous onions and mushrooms and little cloves of garlic just hanging in little iron cages, and they seem to be cooking in the very air of this chamber, creating the gas.
It's tasty.
I love mushrooms.
So let's check out the other area first, yeah?
Sure.
Can I cast? And I've forgotten what the original name for this was.
I've done that with every spell.
Yeah. Refrigerate, which is, I think.
If you click it should give you a description, so you might be able to make
I mean,
it out.
honestly, I don't need to know what the original name of the spell was. Just need to know what it does.
Range of 60 feet. You cause a numbing frost to form on one creature. It's not a creature. Never mind. So I can't attack an onion with it.
Alas. Plus, I mean, there's so many onions in here. Even if you could attack one, I mean...
It's a cantrip, so I was just going to...
Oh, well, one
pew,
by
pew,
one.
pew.
I gotcha.
Frostbite?
And I know which spite that... Yep, that's Frostbite.
Frostbite, there you go. But it has to be a creature by the sounds of things.
I'm going to draw upon my faith in the Soup Lord, and I'm going to try to purge the stinkiness out of some of these hanging things. I'm going to use Purify Food and Drink.
Oh, no.
Which I can do for a 5-foot cube. And I can ritual cast it, so I might just take a 10-minute just to see if it does anything helpful.
Are you going to take the 10 minutes to do that now?
Would everybody be okay with that? I'm happy to burn the slot too, but since I could do it virtually, I thought I'd ask.
If you
You're
think it
willing
will
to
help,
give it a try.
yeah.
I mean, 10 minutes isn't going to change things. Go for it.
Oh, okay.
I'm just gonna watch our back.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll admire my
It takes, 10 minutes. You kind of have to get pretty close to the gas itself. Like you're definitely you're close enough that the onion gas is making your eyes water. Making it a little difficult, but you are able to purify one 5-foot section of sauteing or I should say, of air frying onions and mushrooms and garlic, creating a clear 5-foot space in the chamber. Now, you suspect that it won't take too terribly long, given how hot this air is and the fact that the onion and the garlic and mushrooms are still here. They will start cooking again. But for a minute or two, for a few minutes, you've probably got some time to move into that space. The room itself, by the way, is 30 feet from passage to passage to get through.
Can you move with that spell?
I don't think that's how it works.
I think the problem is if it doesn't clear it for longer than 10 minutes, then...
I could center it on me.
What?
It says you can do that to a sphere centered on a point of your choice. I guess I'm not a point, I'm a person, but...
I still feel
Okay.
like that.
I don't think it would move. Let's see.
It wouldn't move. That's not the language. Usually
Okay, I
by
see.
the-
So that's a 5-foot radius, not a 5-foot sphere. So that's actually a 10-foot area that you've purified.
Mhm.
Okay, it does make a difference. I mean, that's a third of the chamber.
So given 30 minutes, we could get through here. Do we want to have a look at the other tunnel just in case?
She's
Do you
shrugged.
think closing our eyes, holding our breath, and running will help?
Could run into problems if we get stuck on the other side, though.
That is true.
Plus, I mean, if our eyes are closed, where the hell are we going anyway?
Also, this doesn't
through the door.
this doesn't look natural. I would imagine it would affect us through our skin rather than just in our eyes and lungs.
Yes.
At a guess. Yeah.
We could check the other passageway and then come back.
I think that's fair.
Cool. Well, I'll head out. Head back to the other passageway.
All right. So you guys make your way back to the glowing passage. It was hot before, but going down this passage, it becomes sweltering. Like if you spent too much time here, you'd probably start air frying like those onions. Following the passage a little ways, with it getting hotter the further you move, you begin to hear the sound of bubbling. And the aroma of roasting tomato sauce gets stronger and stronger. Eventually, the passage winding its way, actually it kind of winds its way upward quite a ways. Eventually, it exits out onto a stone overlook. And you can see this overlooking the interior of the caldera, it looks like. The heat here is intense. I would say what you're seeing, I will describe from like inside the wall. If you step out onto that platform, you'd probably have to start making saving throws against just how hot it is. But you can see that it looks like there is some kind of designed architecture. Like maybe this was an entrance that was built into the side of the caldera, and there's like a porch, if you will, that has been carved into it. You can't really see over the side of the overlook, but you can smell the marinara, and you can hear it. You would surmise maybe 30 to 50 feet to, you know, to the
I could
surface.
call on the soup lord to protect me, and I'll go out on the ledge and take a quick look.
Okay.
On my casters.
Oh, resistance. I don't remember what that does.
D4 to the same.
Okay. So yeah, make a Constitution saving throw because immediately it gets hot, hotter than the hottest forges. I mean, you're on broil out here. Looking up right away, you can see the sky, though. You can see the sky out here.
I'm also gonna. I'm not going out, but I'm going to cast Sustenance on myself, which is just temp HP.
Gotcha. Okay. And what was your
16.
16? Okay. You can see, first of all, on the wall immediately to the left of the entrance that you came through, it was hidden from you guys in the doorway. There are actually like steps, like more like ladder handholds that have been carved into the side, so one could climb up or down from the surface, from the caldera here. Looking out over the overlook, looking down, where should be bubbling magma, instead you can see marinara, just giant bubbles popping here and there. And I'm gonna have you make a stealth check as well, because you see a crimson tomatoey tendril, almost like a tentacle of some kind, raise out of the marinara and just kind of sway across the surface of it before sinking back into the bubbling material.
Literally a tomato vine.
Well,
That would be a 2. I have disadvantage, so.
yeah, that is unfortunate. As this
I wonder
occurs,
What is it?
the tentacle kind of stops, and then 3 more burst from the lava, and the marinara, and some massive behemoth creature stirs, and you can see its hulking mass move up out of the marinara, a maw maybe 30 feet wide, opening wide, no eyes, just a terrible draconian roar up at you. What do you do?
I don't know why I bothered with this.
Oh,
Jeez.
Jesus.
And I will try to hastily back away.
Okay, if you're hot-footing it out of here, I'm not going to make you guys roll initiative. It's up to you. I guess I'm asking, are you guys planning to run or fight as a group?
I
I'm sorry.
think
Is it coming up there after us? Like,
It might be. Are you sticking around to find out?
oh no, I didn't even.
I think we should backtrack.
Well, you don't have time to
I mean-
negotiate. It's
I
just
mean,
what are
in-
you
in-
doing?
I'll stay there until everybody else decides.
Yeah, so if we're still in the tunnel, I will just stay inside the tunnel until there is either a retreat or...
Okay, I believe the only one not in the tunnel right now is Cherry.
I'm going to the tunnel.
Running. Okay.
So we're doing a runner.
Okay. So as you rush into the tunnel, there is another shriek from below the platform, and you can see bits of marinara splattering upward, and you can hear a thunderous crash as something slams into the side of the caldera. Hang on. Excuse me.
That's you.
And then a wet, kind of fat tentacle slaps onto the rocky platform, and a second one does, and you can hear something starting to pull itself up toward that platform.
Oh gosh, I think we should get the fuck out of here.
Can I do a check on that?
I'm inclined to say no because you haven't actually seen it. The only one who's seen it is Cheery.
Fair enough.
I'm a
Maybe
running.
the tunnel with the gas.
I'm just gonna say monster, and I'm gonna go past everybody.
Okay. All right, you guys don't know
Once we
initiative
get some
necessary. You guys are able to run the hell away from this thing. You can hear its continued shrieks and a hungry roar echoing down the passage behind you. But you make your way back into the grand entrance hall.
Well, I have a feeling
Ooh.
that is the way out. However, We haven't got the sprig yet, so
I
Part
say
of
to
me
Chip,
thinks maybe there isn't a sprig at all. Maybe he was just using the marinara from the cauldron.
That could
We should.
be.
it did
Could
smell
there be a
good.
chance that he lied about it? Or maybe it's down that other hallway.
do we know how many meals he made? Because if he was to use the marinara from here, he'd need a lot, right?
He'd also need to get it from
The big boy.
around whatever that was. So
Yeah, I'll say to Cheery, like, did you see the sprig?
No. Just lots of big noodle things.
Do you think
Oh,
maybe it
and the
has
teeth.
something
It's all teeth.
Teeth? No.
to do with that sword or something? Maybe he had a way of soothing the beast.
I could try snacking it with the sword until I soothe it.
Maybe it is guarding the sprig?
Perhaps.
How long ago did he get the sprig from here? That thing could have grown over years, decades.
I have no idea.
Who was it that did the history check on the
It
original?
was me.
You? Okay.
I think it was me.
Whoever did the
like-
original check on Chef Bayardini the First would know that it was about 100 years ago that he, did his thing.
So it could have just been a baby tomato.
Well, now what do we do?
I feel like our only choices are to fight it, try and leave,
But
or
we
go
to
down the other
tunnel.
passage.
Yes.
Maybe we should curry on.
Yes, let us go through the tunnel with the guests over here.
these are some brazen puns.
Oh. Well played.
Very.
How the obelisk shaft.
Mm-hmm.
2 questions. Did the obelisk stay at the bottom, and how deep-ish was it?
Did stay at the bottom, and it lowered you about 100 feet.
So not climbable then.
Probably not.
No.
As soon as it was magically smooth. I was thinking because there's a rope at the top, but it probably only went down 40 feet or so. But yeah, cool.
Other passage.
I have a feeling that going down the onion passage is deeper into the mountain and therefore not an exit. Tomato tentacle monster appears to be on the way out. I vote onions and then tentacles.
Seconded.
I agree.
I think that's a super idea.
Either way, we need to find the sprig, and if it isn't down there with that, then we still need to backtrack anyway. It's either we fight a big boy or
Anyone know how to move gas clouds?
I just planned on holding my breath.
actually.
Make sure you push your glasses up, with the anime shing. I don't write the rules, that's just how it is when you say actually.
I've checked all of my features and traits and spells and stuff. There's nothing I can do in this.
I have a spell that may be able to help, but I'm not entirely sure. But now I'm reading it properly. on the third paragraph of this long ass spell, it definitely probably will work.
I
yes.
have a spell that can make it worse, so we'll try yours first.
Sure.
So you guys make your way
believe I have
back
a
to
spell.
the onion sautéing chamber.
Yes. And I will be at the front, and I will cast a spell that I've named Smelly Fart from eating too many cakes and sweets. You know, it doesn't agree with you in the best of times.
That's true.
And I will turn around and fart, casting a spell, which I believe is... Oh god, I'm not even sure what the actual name of it is. But basically what it does is a wall of strong wind rises from the ground. It basically says the strong wind keeps fog, smoke, and other gases at bay.
That'll do it.
So I think it's wind wall.
Yeah, that's wind wall.
Your fart wind wall. Fart wall.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so really fast, like you start wolfing down cakes and little pastries and stuff to, you know, get everything built up right. And when you let loose, it is a violent gust of wind upward, clearing a path through the onion gas. What are you guys doing?
Impressive, sir. I'm just going to
Thank
peg
you.
it to the other end.
Well,
I'll hold it
actually,
because concentration. So I'll wait until everybody else passes.
Okay.
Since Ro is the first one, as you get to the
Oh,
final...
no.
Oh, yes. As you reach the final 10 feet of floor before the exit to the chamber, you find that the floor is actually where it looked like it was just more gravel and like stone and sediment. It's actually ground beef, and you start to sink right through. The whole like last 10 feet start to collapse under you in a little pit trap.
Luckily, I've got some temp HP.
So I'm gonna say make a dexterity saving throw. Because it's not just a straight drop, it like starts to crumble. You have a little reaction time to try to save yourself.
Saving throws are disadvantage, right?
No. Only ability checks. Saves are not.
Oh, that's probably not gonna matter. Oh, it did. That is 18.
18. Okay, you are able to... Do you want to go to the far side or the side you were coming from?
I try and clear the pit.
Okay, you do, but the last of it like caves in, and there is now exactly a 12-foot gap.
I will yell, there's a pit.
Would have
as
been
I
terrible
dive to
trying
the
to go
other
through
side.
here blind.
Yeah.
Don't look at me.
Just running blind.
You'll need a running jump.
That's the problem. I'm just gonna run and jump it.
Yep, so
Wait.
in 5th edition...
She's gone.
Yep. In 5th edition, you can make a jump. You can, with a running start, a number of feet equal to your strength score, which is fine for anybody with a strength score of 12 or higher. If it's less than that, you might need to make arrangements. So
I only have a minute to hold this spell. We need to move now.
I go first.
okay,
My
so yeah,
strength is 16.
okay.
Did I
She
make
easily
it?
jumps across. Yep.
There's a
And
continuous
then
fart.
I'll turn around, jump. I will catch you, and I'll get ready to like if somebody's like gonna be just short of making it. I'll try to.
I'll say you can catch anyone with a strength score of 10 or higher.
I'm running.
Can I like hold on to the back of a belt or something just to make sure that
We'll say
no-
strength score of 9 or higher.
I'm not very strong? It's just like maybe helping a little bit.
So, what is your strength? Cheery. Sorry, I don't have the character names in front of me now. What is it?
And
Okay, so with a little bit of help, you leap and they catch you and like pull you over to safety. That leaves...
By Rakora's beard, that was close. Nobody.
Next,
Patty
go.
and Cake.
I don't think I'm gonna make it.
Your strength 8.
Yeah, it is.
Oh no. I will allow you to make an athletics check to try to coax a little more distance out of it if you'd like.
I'm She's gonna
reach out.
give it her all. Okay, we're gonna try this. All right, don't let me down.
I believe in you.
Okay, I rolled well for once. That's an 18
Right on.
minus 1. Okay, yeah. So
This one. Ouch. It's enough. Running for all you're worth, you leap, and like Sophie really has to lean out, taking advantage of Ro having her belt, but she catches you under the arms and pulls you in, and you made it. You coaxed that little
my
bit you needed.
hero. Oh,
Now Carrot is the
So
only one
lucky.
left.
Okay,
So I'm just gonna start sprinting and just imagine that the spell's waning and the fog is starting to close in behind me.
Yep.
I do have a strength score of 14,
Oh,
so I can make
you're
the jump
fine.
on myself. So imagine like Baywatch slow motion, leaping 12
onion
foot.
garlic gas closing in behind you.
Yeah, shield and mace, just like no. And then I do a
Right on.
little somersault as I land.
And like even as you're landing, like it's already filling back in. Your eyes are starting to water. You've got that garlic you're inhaling.
Mm-hmm. I just
And
start
now that you
coughing a
smell
little
it,
bit.
there's even a little bit of red pepper. Just a hint.
Is there a door on this side? I forgot to ask.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can I try and open it?
Well, it's a passageway. No solid
okay.
door. Like
It's
it's just a
not a door.
passage. Yeah.
We run into a wall.
They cut corners in the architecture that way.
I'll head into the passage and suggest everyone else do the same.
Okay. It's beginning
I'll
to
follow
get
behind.
hot again as you're descending into the volcano now. You follow the passage, it kind of snakes a little way. And there is sort of a wisp of the garlic gas along the ceiling, but it's staying out of your way as you make your way down.
I think perhaps it might benefit us if we try to be quiet, stealthy, while moving further down.
I'm good at that.
So,
Me neither, but
Oh, I'm not too bad at that. That's fine.
so I would like to make a stealth check.
Same.
Okay, go ahead.
I can try.
Why is it disadvantage though? Ugh.
Yep, it
Oh,
is
it's
an
a
ability
disadvantage.
check. If
It's
you're
at
fatigued.
disadvantage anyway.
6.
Oh, right, you're wearing heavy armor.
Yes, 14.
Okay.
Uh,
11.
11 plus, so that's 14 for me as well. That's
Okay.
not 27.
Okay.
That is.
Well, guidance for that one too, knowing it's going to be tough. 13.
13. Okay. Excuse me. You guys are more or less making as minimal noise as possible. Actually, I'd say virtually no noise. Fortunately for you, there's not like they don't have chimes hanging in the way or chains or anything for you to bump into. Really, the only sound is of your breathing and of your footsteps in the sedimentary flooring here. And then the tunnel opens up into a second chamber. This one is lit naturally, as there are spiraling channels coming out of the walls, just kind of moving in patterns through the floor before ending in the opposite wall on the other side. And in these channels is flowing boiling marinara. Unfortunately, it cuts off your path, so in order to get to the other side of this chamber, you will have to navigate, or you'll have to kind of hop over a few of these channels. Now, they're only like 3 to 5 feet wide at most, so they're even Patty could jump over them. Unfortunately, though, some of them are very close together, so this might require a little bit of dexterity.
may I cast freezer burn on some of these to kind of cool them off?
Yes, you can. Though as you begin preparing to cast your spell, there's a sudden gust that blasts out of a, until now, unseen nozzle in the wall. And it's kind of diagonal, and it blows right over the channel, cooling some of the marinara in a few spots for a few seconds before it begins bubbling and flowing once more. After another 5 seconds or so, another gust from a totally different direction blows, and so on and so forth. Each time randomly origin, or with a random origin and a random direction, blowing across, cooling the marinara for a few seconds. Do you still want to cast? You can. That would probably last longer than a couple seconds that these little gusts of wind are doing. But I just want to make sure you were aware.
That's okay. I won't slow us down with that.
Would the gusts of wind be strong enough to cause us problems?
Yes, if one hits you.
Is there a way we can... I know you said that completely random. If we was to spend maybe a minute or two here, could we see if there was any method?
Do you want to spend a minute or two to try that?
I would like to suggest it, yes. I know, like, I'll just start saying and then I'll just stop speaking. But I would like to myself. But if everybody's going to move forward, then yeah.
What do you guys
Do they
do?
look stable? Like, are they moving?
The marinara?
Yeah, the little things to jump on.
Oh, there's not really little things. You can move on the floor. So basically it's a floor just with channels cut into the floor in sort of a pattern, like a stylized pattern with boiling marinara blowing through it, or flowing through it. Air is blowing across the tops periodically, cooling just sections. You could step on those, but only for like a few seconds. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I'm just gonna go for it.
Okay. Make an acrobatics check. Carrot, make a investigation check.
20.
What was it?
20 for my acrobatics.
20? Okay. So yeah, you time it, you wait for a blast of air to blow through, and then as soon as the air stops, you charge forward, leaping from floor to floor. At one point, there is a gust of wind that blows through just ahead of you, and you kind of windmill a little bit, and then when you step forward, it is onto a fortunately cooled section of marinara, and from that you kind of leap off into the exit tunnel.
I got a
That's
17.
not bad.
17. Okay, you're getting a sense of like the rhythm and pattern. You're pretty confident if you go, you could predict enough to get through, but because of how fast everything's moving, you wouldn't really be able to like get somebody else through on that pattern.
Yeah, that's fine.
But you could navigate it if you want to. Are you going for it?
I would like to, yes.
Okay. You kind of take a moment getting into the zen of the timing. You wait and then you charge. Instead of like counting on leaps over the of the marinara, you time it with the wind so that you can run over the cooled sections, taking it a bit at a time, and you make it across. Who's next?
Has anyone who hasn't gone yet got a glass vial that I can borrow?
I was going to do the same thing, and I will give you one of mine.
Okay, I'm going to cast sous chef, hand him a glass vial, and get some of the
delicious marinara.
Delicious magma. I mean marinara.
Yeah. It's hot. Not hot enough to melt your presumably specially made glass containers
glass.
just meant to hold these, this material.
I presume Mage Hand doesn't have like
It doesn't.
hit point. Okay, cool.
Yeah, you're fine.
Nice.
You
I
got
too
a
am
jar
gonna-
of premium
Thank you.
marinara.
I'm going to use my mage in the form of a ladle and do the same thing.
Okay. Yeah, each of you can have one thing of premium marinara.
Primo marinara.
Okay. Then what?
I will say ladies first.
Oh,
Oh.
all right. How nice.
Oh shit, I'm gonna die first.
Really nice. What would you like me to do? So I try to jump over the channel.
You're just gonna do it the same way as Sophie? I'm gonna
think
need
so.
acrobatics.
Oh, was there an alternative?
Depends on what you can come up with. Like if the plan is to try to leap over the little channels, unfortunately that's just acrobatics.
I'm gonna summon forth the power of consomme and channel my consomme into a ray into the marinara, hopefully freezing it for a moment, and then taking a chance and running for it. So I'm using Ray of Frost.
Okay. It will slow you down, but it will give you some safer footing. I'm going to both lower the DC on the acrobatics, and I'm going to say that you have advantage on this. However, because you're moving slower, you are at a higher risk of getting hit by one of those gusts of wind.
Would I also have time to ask for the blessing of the Soup Lord?
I'll allow it.
Alright, so that's a 4, and you want a acrobatics check?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Just a straight check, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah. 15.
15, that'll actually do it. You are able to take advantage. At one point, like, you are caught by a gust of wind that kind of blows you backwards, but you do sort of a backwards, I can't remember what you called the spell. But you solidify the marinara and you kind of land on it safely and then quickly leap off of it and get to the exit tunnel.
Oh, Bourdain's blessing. I made it.
Good job. It wasn't so bad, was it?
It was pretty terrible.
I'm not familiar with the mechanics of help actions. Is there any way that if the last of us went together,
You could aid?
I'm gonna take my dear sweet time. I changed my mind on casting a spell. I'm actually going to use knead dough to kind of knead the earth over the channels to push it over so we can walk across very slowly but safely, hopefully.
oh, nice.
All right. I'll allow you two to go together with that in mind. That kind of creates a situation where you can...
It's kind of like kneading dough. I'm just kind of shaping the
And
earth.
I'll try and like support her if there's any gusts of wind, so it doesn't
Okay,
break
so here's what I'm gonna do.
concentration.
I
don't know
want
if
each
that's
of you to make a strength saving throw, but because you're supporting her, you have advantage on that.
Both of us?
Yes.
Okay, great.
And because of what you're doing with this...
All right.
Nice.
That was double
10
eights
for me.
Double eights for me, and that's a plus -1. So that's a 7 in total.
That was a 10 for me.
All right, well, at least the two of you are consistent. Now, the other part, because of the magic, when you are blown into one of the magma channel, or I'm sorry, the marinara channels, the damage is substantially reduced because you've taken care to lessen it. So each of you
Oh my gosh.
takes 20 points of fire damage, but you are able to get to the other side.
Ouch.
Ow.
That's
So
a lot.
20 minus 8, 12. Well, actually, I don't know.
I mean,
How do you...
you
oh,
basically ended up like one of you stuck a foot into it and it splashed up onto the leg of the other, and both of you like sort of in a panic, and the wind caught you and started blowing you around, and you a couple more times got splashed with the marinara before you made it to the other side, thoroughly scalded.
Well, good teamwork.
That was half damage, by the way.
Nice,
I felt better. Oh, half of
No,
20?
20 is the half.
20
it would
is
have been
half.
10.
It would have been
Nice.
40.
Lava is
10d6?
lethal.
It would have been
Yeah.
10d6. Yeah.
What the
Yeah.
fuck?
Lava in 5e is horrible.
Technically, if it was actual lava, it would be 20d6
Oh,
plus
yeah, that's
another
true.
10d6 per round after for 1d4 rounds. But
Yeah.
you know,
seeing them both take as much damage as they did, I would like to cast a prayer of feeding, where I kind of mumble just like an old family recipe for a cake, and I will heal you both for not a lot.
I'll take it.
What's my
Yeah.
spell casting modifier? So 8 HP.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
How-
I'm nearly back up to full.
I forgot how exhilarating this could be.
That's
Patty,
technically every.
Certainly exciting.
how hurt are you, Patty?
I don't feel great. I'm
will-
probably about half of the woman I should be.
I will get a bowl out of my pack, and I'll begin murmuring a prayer to it, and it slowly fills with the most wholesome chicken soup that just radiates healing goodness for you.
Healing chicken soup. Nice.
Thanks. How much does that heal for?
You'll take 11 healing.
Oh, you're
Nice.
great. Thank you.
I'm not sure if anybody else was injured, but that spell technically would get everybody. Just to let you know.
I was not injured.
Just the two of us.
Okay. Well, you guys probably feeling a lot better now.
That was some of
I'm-
the most delicious soup I've ever had. And cake.
I'm also going to cast Sustenance on myself, which is just some temp HP. Cool.
So definitely some.
Okay. All right, you guys, after your little, you stop for a snack break. You guys get your snacks. You feel a lot better, a lot more full, a lot more satisfied after being hit by that boiling marinara. Pressing forward, and sorry to rush you along, but I know we're running a little behind schedule.
So good.
Pressing forward, you can hear and you can feel the ground tremoring beneath your feet, and you can hear something rumbling ahead. And as you exit the passage, you find a lit chamber, shaped not unlike a bowl, though the exit that you came out on is kind of around the top of the bowl. There's like a 5-foot walkway all around, and then the bowl dips 20 feet below at its lowest point. From the ceiling, massive chunks of meat are falling out of these like chutes, and as they land into the bowl, they kind of are rolling about in the bowl, taking on a more spherical shape. And as they roll and slowly like lose momentum, by the time they hit the center, they're mostly rounded, and a 5-foot diameter pulverizer slams down, smashing the rolled up ball of meat into tiny bits, which funnel into the floor, into like the grating of the floor.
I think I like this system.
Unfortunately, with the rolling meat, navigating the walkway around either side is going to be precarious. You could easily be knocked into the bowl and then smashed. What do you guys do? You can see that the exit is on the far side.
I have a suggestion. And
Please.
I pull out my rope and I say, if we tie this around each other, and perhaps one of us or two of us gets pushed over the edge, then the others may be able to save them.
I mean, that sounds like a great idea. I would suggest having the strongest on either end.
I am pretty strong.
I am not.
I
Go free.
casually flex.
Yeah, me too. All 3 foot of me. Ugh.
I think I can be on one end. I can go first if you want.
Okay, I will stay at the back, and then I'll wrap it around myself and then pass it to the next person.
Cool.
That's
There you
only if we are, yeah.
go. If everyone, unless anyone else has any others ideas.
And yeah.
Worst case scenario, if we all fall, I pull out my can of whipped cream again. I could make it so we fall much slower, but that's only a temporary kind of idea.
It's not the falling I'm worried about. It's the
Oh, I know, but
To punctuate
a
your
couple
point.
seconds to save, ourselves.
I mean, I won't say no. But hopefully,
If we
hopefully
stick to
it
the
doesn't come to that, but worst case scenario.
Where does it list on the sheet how much you can carry?
No idea.
it is your strength score times by 15 in pounds.
Mm-hmm.
It says to me I'm unencumbered, so I don't know.
For
I only know this 'cause I'm
within
a master.
scope of this, I would say we don't need to get too into that.
Well, I'm just saying, if people start falling, I have an ability that could be useful.
Okay.
I count as one size larger
Oh,
for purposes of lifting, pulling.
okay. Okay,
So if it starts to go down,
got it. Okay, so who's going first and how?
me,
And how are you gonna do this?
very carefully.
Okay, but like, are you going around the outside of the bowl, or are
Yeah.
you gonna try to cut through the bowl?
I'm gonna go around the outside.
Okay. I'm gonna need a dexterity saving throw.
What's my other option?
Going through the bowl.
Just straight running it?
Down the bowl and then up the other side.
What kind of check would that be?
Acrobatics.
I would rather do that.
Really? Okay.
With all of us inside.
Yeah, like,
He's gonna drag
Here
us
we go.
through.
so just,
Well,
just
I
to
guess-
clarify,
Not through the
we've all-
center. Like I would assume you're hugging the outside so you don't get
Yeah,
smushed.
I
But
just
if you
don't
fail
think-
this, you'll fall prone and slide down into the bottom of the bowl.
Yeah, I'll be fine.
Just to clarify, are we all tied together at this point?
Yes.
So
I don't want to drag them with me, so if I guess I can try the deck save.
Unless you want to go on your own.
I just
mean-
imagined us like being
know
tied
what
and
I'm
then
gonna
just
do?
steam training.
I'm gonna take the rope
Flailing.
and I'm gonna like wrap it around my arm and hang on to it, so that way I can like let go if I need to.
Okay. That's fair.
If shit's going down, I'm not gonna take them with me.
All right. Let's get your dexterity saving throw.
So I'm gonna go around the edge, but like in a way that
Mm-hmm.
kind of more awkward. But she's not great at balancing, so
That's exactly what you're trying to do here. Is balance.
acrobatics, you said.
Well, no. Acrobatics is if you're going through the bowl. It's dexterity saving throw if you're going around it. To avoid the falling meat.
Okay, fine. I'll make a deck save. This isn't gonna go well.
I believe in you. Can
I've
someone
got
guide
plus
her?
one.
I can't guide her from the back.
Oh, 15.
Oh,
15 will succeed.
nice.
So with her having the rope like that, that will give everyone else advantage.
Sweet.
Yeah, I'm at the other end. Just
So she makes it like she knows when she stops as a giant hunk of meat slams down in front of her and then rolls down into the bowl.
16 for me.
16. You're able to make it. There's a tremendous tremor in the ground as the pulverizer slams down onto a large meatball, turning it into ground meat to be sent down into the grate. But you retain your footing. Who's next?
21.
21. Same thing. Yeah, you're making it no problem. No problem. Patty.
15.
15 will make it. Oh my god, you guys might not get smushed.
I will
Ooh.
cast guidance on myself.
Of course you will. Okay.
Advantage. I don't need it, but I made it.
Oh, no, that's good.
All right. Well, here was me thinking we were going to turn at least one of you guys into ground meat. It's not happening. You guys make your way past the chamber of the meatball unharmed. Ahead, light
Oh,
filters
okay,
into...
sure.
What?
No, you're saying that guidance is for checks, not for saves.
Oh, yeah, the resistance spell, I think, is for saves. Right.
Yeah.
Ahead is one final grand chamber. It's more like a canyon or like a cleft in the ground. The front portion of this canyon is kind of also bowl-shaped, but not as steep. The center of the bowl is completely missing. There's just a giant vat, if you will, a natural vat, like a pit of boiling marinara. And you can see little chutes in the walls around it that are just dumping in sauteed onion, garlic, peppers, ground meat, even little bits of sprinkling cheese. Actually, no, I'm sorry. The cheese is raining down from above like ash and snow just falling into it. The smell is tremendous. And on the far side of this pit, there's about 20 feet of open ground. And then there is a shimmering wall of Andalon's sauce, just like a curtain raining down, barring the way. And on the other side of this, you can feel, or you can, oh, I guess you can kind of see a little bit through it. You can kind of see through it. You can see that there is more to the chamber. And you have a overpowering smell of rosemary coming through that shimmering curtain. But before you can celebrate that you've made it, or try to figure out how to get through the shimmering curtain, the ground begins to shake. Actually, hang on. Where's my boiling marinara sound effect? Why don't I turn that back on?
I take the rope back. My rope.
Okay.
Gimme.
Okay. As the ground begins to shake, you hear blasphemers, and a massive form rises up out of that pit. Just the upper torso, flesh wholly made of dripping marinara. You can see the meat and onions and mushrooms in it. There's indents for eyes and mouth in the marinara, but no actual face or organs. This creature, whatever it is, rises maybe 20 feet high, looking down upon all of you. Who dares come for the sacred herb of ages?
As soon as that happens, I'm going to cast Chef's Apron on myself, which is just an AC modifier.
Got it. You're the second one to cast that spell today, actually. I think at this point, I'm going to give you that freebie. I'm going to say everyone needs to roll initiative.
I don't know how to edit my armor class, so I'm just going to remember.
Mine is 22, Tim.
Hang on. Just hold on to your numbers for the moment.
Yep.
You guys skipped 3 of the 4 combat encounters.
Nice.
I'm getting here.
Where were they?
I'll tell you guys later.
Alright, cool.
Well, I rolled good. Patricia, what was your initiative? Patty? Oh, you're still
4.
rolling. 4.
Sorry, I was just rolling.
No problem. Sophie, what is your initiative?
11.
Cherry?
9.
Okay. Carrot?
22.
What was it?
22.
What's your dexterity?
My initiative is +6. I have a feat.
Well, I also got a 22. It comes down to what your dexterity score is.
I'm just saying my feat is an alert, and it gives me a +5 bonus to initiative.
That's fine.
Oh, actually, it'd be
in
23.
tiebreakers.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it would be 23 though.
23 or 22? It matters.
It's 22. It's 22. My dexterity's 13. I get
Okay.
a +1 to it.
Okay, so
I'm sorry.
for purposes, you've lost the tie. But you are still going second, unless depending on what did Ro get?
I definitely didn't get more than that. So I have a question.
Yes.
Is there any rules regarding critical fails for initiative?
There is not, mercifully.
Cool. I got 4.
4. Okay. Hello? Where's my... There it is. Okay.
I guess I was busy casting the thing on myself.
So... The chamber is very simple, so I don't want you guys to worry too much about it. I don't often do a lot of theater of the mind combat, but for purposes here, there are strings of pasta hanging from the ceiling that are just occasionally dropping down into the pit. Some of that looks like it might be secured to the ceiling, others are loose, but it could potentially hold weight. There is also a thin mist of Parmesan and Reggiano cheeses falling down into the pit. The space around the pit is about 20 feet on all sides, so you have room to stand without falling into the pit, which is itself about 30 feet in diameter. The creature is just rising out of the pit. Doesn't seem to have any weapons, just its whole body made of bubbling marinara. Unfortunately, actually, I forgot to add one thing to the initiative. There's also lair actions. Lair goes on initiative count 20, correct?
No idea.
No idea.
Yes.
It does. That's
Okay.
right. Always funny.
Okay, that's what I thought. It's been a while since I've done a legendary creature. Okay, so the spirit of marinara goes first. And it's... kind of looks irritated at your presence, but for now, it's just going to hold tight, just staring at you. Intruders, unworthy of the Sprig of 1,000 sensations. It's going to wait and see if you're going to run or not, I think. Carrot, what do you do?
I would, as a bonus action, I would like to cast Spiritual Cake, where a giant floating sponge cake glazed with icing, with cherries, you know, the whole shebang, with spikes also protruding out of the side, will be floating just in front of him. And I would also like to step forward just in front of him.
Okay, so kind of
I won't
adjacent to the
attack.
pit.
Yep, I won't attack, I'll just hold my shield up and stand there.
Okay. Lair action. Let's see, I've got so many delicious choices.
Camera, please.
Yeah, your camera's having a hard time focusing. Okay. The pit gives sort of a belch of gas out of it, of onion and garlic that saturates the surrounding area. I need to take a look at that spell. This is effectively Stinking Cloud, which will... Hello?
Hello?
Roll 20? Hello? Alright, let's try D&D Beyond instead. Maybe that'll be faster. If I can figure out where... Okay, there it is. Got it. This will affect all of you. Each creature that is completely within the cloud at the start of your... Okay, so as your turn starts, Sophie, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw versus poison.
Oh, boy.
Versus, in this case, the delicious yet cloying smell of garlic and
Oh, no,
onions.
8.
8. You spend your action this turn just enraptured with the smell of this delicious marinara.
Wow, really? You suck.
You can still move. The cloud is centered on you guys' group, though. What you doing?
Oh, my turn?
Yeah, it's your turn.
Well, I can only move, right?
Mm-hmm. And take a bonus action if you'd like, if you have anything.
A bonus action?
Yep.
No, I can't.
You got to really
Well,
speak up. Your microphone's not picking you up very well.
Better?
Yes.
No? Okay. She's gonna yell out to it. My name is Sophie Starcross from Kaldheim, and you have to the Count of Dre to give me the Sprig. Eins, zwei, drei, and I'm just gonna charge at it, but not attack apparently.
Okay.
But
You start counting down.
I don't have the versed sword because it does fire damage, right?
Fire damage and meat damage. You have to be resistant to both, otherwise it bypasses. It's like Flame Strike, but with a sword.
Okay, well, I'll have it out then. Give it a shot.
Gonna draw the versed sword.
I've had it out the whole time.
It is just the versed. Cheery, please make a Constitution saving throw unless you're immune to poison.
I have resistance, so I will do it at advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, all right, 23.
There it is. Okay, you resist the delicious scent of marinara. What would you like to do?
I would like to look up at this tasty creature,
Mm-hmm.
look around at my companions, and I will hold up my little soup bowl holy symbol, and I will shout out, "Good food, good meat, soup lord, let's eat!" And I will cast Bless on Danny, Mr. Rowe, and Carrot.
Okay.
And what
You
does
all
that give me?
have Or to your attack and saving throws.
Okay.
D4 to attack and save him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's like guidance and resistance at the same time.
And the power of the Soup Lord protect you.
Okay. Next up is Patricia. I need you to make a con save versus poison. But you get to add 1d4.
Okay, so
You can do it.
that is 18 plus 3, so 21.
You made it.
Woo! Okay, how far away am I from this creature?
20 feet.
About 20 feet.
Mhm.
Oh, that's right, because the whole lip of it is 20 feet. Okay, I'd like to maintain some distance from it if I can.
Sure.
And I'm going to kind of eyeball where the creature is, and I'm going to say, "You just need to cool down, Sonny." I'm going to cast the Ice Cream Sundae again and just hit it with that.
Okay. I assume that's a spell attack roll you have to make?
It's, yeah, let me look at it, sorry. It is a dex save of 14.
Oh no. Okay. I rolled a natural 20.
Oh, boo, okay.
Is it half damage on a...
A creature, okay, yes, it is half damage on successful hits.
Okay.
So it's 26 on my part. So half of 9, probably rounded down.
4?
I'm assuming.
Yep. I just realized I don't actually have anything to track my hit points on. Let me pull it open.
You only have one.
There it is. Okay. You've dealt some, and that was cold damage, I assume?
Yes.
All right, well, it didn't care for that. Did not much like that. It seems to frown as some of the cold strikes it. And it's kind of like looking at its form, trying to figure out like what this is.
Ice cream.
Then die! And it's gonna use It's going to use 2 of its legendary actions. You were done, right, with your turn?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's going to use 2 of its legendary actions to hurl a blob of sauce at you.
Okay. Dexterity save?
No, it's actually an attack roll. That's going to be a 16 to hit you.
That hits.
Is that even with your mage armor?
Yeah, I'm at 15 with Mage's armor.
You take 7 points of fire damage, and you are covered in sauce that causes kind of a burn that may do ongoing damage until you tend to that burn.
Perfect. Yay.
After Patricia is Ro. Please make a con save against poison.
With a D4.
With a D4, yep. Don't forget, by the way, someone in this party has inspiration. I don't remember who.
It's me.
Okay.
I was going to ask you what that actually means.
Inspiration, so you either have it or you don't. You may give it to another person at any time. You can spend it to get an additional action on your turn. You can spend it to re-roll a d20 that you just rolled. You can spend it to not die when you would otherwise die.
Okay.
So, Ro,
Right.
Nice.
what's your con save?
Sorry, I lost my dice rolling.
It's all good.
That is 14.
Right on the money what you needed. You may act.
So, is it possible to move out of this cloud? Is it?
Yes, you could move out of the cloud.
Okay, I'd start by doing that, and then I have a question about his positioning. So it's a 30-foot hole in.
Yep, and he's just rising out of the hole.
How much of the hole is he taking up? Is he like 20 foot?
Physically,
or is he,
he's not taking all of it up, but his effectively like his token fills the hole, so you can reach him from the edge of the hole.
That wasn't why I was asking.
Okay.
I am going to cast Slice and Dice, which creates a 5-foot cube within a range of 60 feet. So I want to place that in the center of the hole, presumably where he is.
Okay.
Or as close to that as I can get. And concentration for up to 1 minute. You fill the air with spinning daggers in a cube 5 feet on each side.
Got it.
Centered on a point you choose in range. I don't know if you can center it inside a creature.
Makes sense.
Probably not.
I mean, it's in his space.
4d4 slashing damage when it's cast, and then when he
Starts his turn in it.
starts his turn. Yeah.
Is there a saving
hang
throw or
on.
an attack roll?
There isn't. That's why I'm using it. Hang on. Using a spell slot third increases the damage by 2d4. So
your
it
spells are always at
is-
max too.
Yeah. So it is it's 64 damage. Let
Go
me
ahead and roll it. Sounds like he's taking it.
So he should take that at the start of every turn for as long as I can concentrate. I think. Yeah, there's no saving throw, there's no attack.
Yeah, it makes sense. He just has to get out of that.
So,
12.
12 damage.
He takes. It seems resistant to your slashing damage, though, as he ends up taking 6 points of damage.
Okay.
It's hurting him, but not as badly as it could be. So your little blades are starting to spin and chop, as if he were a set of peppers and onions.
That is my turn.
Okay. That makes it his turn.
I'd probably also try and position myself away from anyone else and away from the gas cloud.
Okay. You're kind of off on your own.
Yeah.
You are unworthy! He bellows, and it shakes the chamber. as he's going to use multi-attack to try to bring his one fist down on you, the other fist down on Sophie. So here's for Ro. That is a 16 to hit.
16 is my armor class. Does that mean it's a hit or a miss?
A tie is a hit.
Okay, it's a hit.
So you take...
Do I get reactions?
Yes, you can still take reactions in the Stinking Cloud.
Then I would like to use Sentinel attack.
Because he attacked someone other than you while you're adjacent to him. Shit. Also, you need to roll your 12 or your 6d4 again because he started his turn in your blades.
Oh, blimey. Okay.
Okay, you are still going to take 12 fire damage though, as that hand comes down on you. He takes another 6 damage.
Oh.
Okay. And I'm going to let you take your attack in just a moment, Sophie.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I take 12 damage, did you say?
Yes, you take 12 fire damage as scalding sauce covers you, and you are now taking some ongoing fire as well on your turn, because until you can deal with the burn that it left on you. Get the sauce
that
off
ring?
of you.
Who had the ring? Was it Sophie?
I believe
Yeah,
Sophie
shouldn't
has
have
the
given it away.
Sophie, you're rolling to hit him with what?
The worst sword.
Okay. That
It's
is a
20
meat
to hit.
weapon.
Here it is.
It 20 is going to hit him.
Okay. So what was the damage on it?
It's a broadsword, so it'd be 1d8. It's a +1 weapon also, so it does an additional +1. Plus 1d6 fire damage, which is also meat damage, and therefore bypasses his resistance.
'Cause I don't know how to add shit into this.
So you do 1d8 plus 1d6 plus 1 plus whatever you would normally add to a melee weapon.
Okay, so 1d8.
Mm-hmm.
Is that 1d6? There's that. God damn it!
So
Plus-
you're at 4 damage plus whatever you normally add.
Plus 3.
So 7 points of damage. He actually takes all of that. As your sword strikes his molten flesh, there's a sizzling sound and an aroma of cooking meat laced with delicious Andalon sauce. Okay. And now for his attack against you, Sophie. That's a 10 to hit. I assume that does not hit you?
That does not hit me.
Okay. He comes down at you with a giant fist of marinara, but you're able to kind of throw yourself aside, rolling, and it strikes the ground where you just stood. Up next is Carrot, who is in the stinking cloud. I need you to make
What needs to
a
make?
con save against poison.
And I get a d4 for that.
By the way, I didn't ask, but did anyone else move out of the cloud, or is that just Ro who moved out of it?
18.
I think you're muted, Danny.
No, I said I was thinking I haven't moved out of it yet.
Okay. What was that? I'm sorry, Crep?
18.
18, you save against it.
Okay. I'm assuming I'm in within melee range as I'm right up on him.
Yep.
First, I would like to use my bonus action to attack with my spiritual cake,
Okay.
which does. Hang on, I'm blind. Where is it? (1d8 plus 2). Which hits him for 3 damage.
Well, you still have to roll 2 hit, I believe. It's a spell attack roll.
Oh, yeah, sorry, of course.
Don't forget your D4.
Yeah, you
It's
would
going
get
to be
Oh,
23.
yeah, that'll hit him. So he takes
Plus a
3
D4.
points of damage from that.
And I would like to pull out from my side. Actually, technically it doesn't. It will like protrude from my hand. It's like a lace of licorice.
Okay.
which is a vine whip, basically.
Is it
And I
good
would like-
licorice or like the shitty black stuff?
No, it's like, I don't know if you get it in America. I don't know if Asher knows what it is. It's like a red, like string. It's like a
Yeah.
chewy sweet that you just.
Yeah.
It's really nice.
Okay, so it's like the cherry one or the strawberry
Red
one.
pine or whatever it is.
Yeah, we have those.
Okay, and I would roll. Yeah, I'd like to hit him with that.
That's probably gonna be another spell attack roll.
25 plus 4.
There's the good rolls you
The
guys
D4.
needed earlier. That'll hit.
24 it'll be. And I hit him for 2d8 damage.
I'm assuming that's bludgeoning damage.
This is piercing.
Okay, piercing. Interesting.
Yes. 11 damage.
Okay, and you said this is licorice. Interesting. 11 is cut down to 5.
Okay.
It doesn't seem as effective. In fact, the licorice kind of starts to melt into a jelly even as it strikes him. He's just too hot for it.
Okay.
Was that a melee attack, by the way?
Yes. Well, it's a 30-foot range, so
But you're attacking from adjacent to it?
yeah.
You take 5 points of fire damage as molten marinara kind of splashes down onto you from the hit. Also, I should have done that. Sophie, you also took 1 point of fire damage, which I believe is the minimum, but your resistance reduces it to 1.
So I take no damage?
You still take 1 point, but you may continue, Mr. Carrot.
If I was to move to the sides but stay within, I guess it's melee, I'm assuming it can reach quite far.
It
Can I
seems
move
like
out
it
of the
can.
cloud in any direction?
Yeah,
Like to the side?
yeah. I mean, it's mostly
Okay,
a circular chamber, so you can get out of the cloud easily.
Alright, I'll move to its left and get myself out of the cloud.
Okay. Lair action. Yeah, that'll do just nicely, I think. The pool of marinara in the pit suddenly rises up and spills over, washing out onto the ground. Any creature on the ground within 20 feet of the pool, so that's everyone who did move out of the cloud. Anyone who didn't yet move out of the cloud where you were in the entryway, you're actually technically protected from it.
Why did I move?
But the cloud now disperses. There is no more stinking cloud. Anyone who did move must make a strength saving throw.
Okey-doke.
Ooh.
So I'm okay?
You have a D4 as well.
No,
don't
you
forget.
need to make it. I believe it is Patty who's safe and
15.
Also 15.
and Cheery, I believe, is also safe, right? You didn't move? Okay.
I didn't know.
15 saves. It's a DC, put it this way, it's a DC 14. Did anyone fail?
Is
Nope.
it a strength save you said?
It was
Yep.
just a two of
Yes.
us, isn't it?
No, there should be
No,
3 of
Sophie.
you.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so all of you resist being knocked prone and pulled into the pit, it sounds like.
Thank God for that.
Though, now that the marinara surged outward, you can tell that while this is hot marinara, it's not magma hot. It wouldn't, it wouldn't do 10d6 to you, it would probably just hurt to be in it. But not that badly.
Okay.
That's it for the lair action this turn, that's disappointing. Sophie!
Excellent.
I mean,
I-
yeah, that's true. It is good. It is good for you guys. I don't want to kill anyone. I definitely don't want to kill anyone. Sophie.
I will attack.
Okay.
Why did it do that? Oh, that was bad. Well, that's a 1.
1 is not going to hit.
I figured.
What about the 12?
That was my save from earlier.
Oh, was it? Oh, okay. Well, natural 1 is not going to hit.
Wait, do I get 2 attacks?
I think level 5 fighter does get a second attack, don't they? Or is that level 6?
5.
It is 5? Okay, so yeah, you do get a second attack.
I'll try again. That sucks.
You gotta believe.
Come on, you
Nice.
burst sword.
literally the first.
22 is going to hit.
Cool.
Though it does splash you with 7 points of fire damage, which you'll reduce to 3.
Oh my god, roll better. So that's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
11?
Yep.
And that bypasses his resistance, unfortunately. The sword strikes into him once again, and it lets out a horrible cry, and you can see for a moment within the meaty core beneath all of this marinara body before you pull the sword out and are, of course, blasted with a spray of marinara. Is that the end of your turn?
Yeah.
Okay. He's gonna use all 3 legendary actions to cause a marinara eruption.
Oh no!
By the way, wasn't one of you already taking ongoing damage? I know,
That was me, I
Patty,
think.
wasn't there a second one of you who's taken that?
I got hit by.
You. Okay, it is you.
you. Is that ongoing damage?
Yep, you'll take on. So that's only on your
Is
turn.
that on my turn?
That's on your
Okay,
turn.
I'll-
Unfortunately, the marinara eruption causes it will remove both of your burns by way of each of your burns explodes with marinara.
Ooh.
Each creature within 5 feet of one of you. Is anyone adjacent to either of you? Yes. Sophie is adjacent to Ro, right? And I believe Cheery is adjacent to Patty.
I'm right in front of the monster, so.
I tried to move away.
You
don't
moved
know
away.
if
Okay,
someone-
no one adjacent to you.
But I don't know if someone moved up to me.
I believe Cheery and Patty were still side by side since neither of you had moved out of the doorway, right?
Nope.
Okay, so I need Cheery to make a dexterity saving throw.
It just exploded on him. With the source.
11. You take 7 fire damage as the burn on Patty, like she was trying to get the marinara off of her, it just blasts off of her, completely erupting. Obviously, Sophie, you also, or I'm sorry, not Sophie, Patty, you take 7 fire damage as well. And you are no longer burned.
Well, that's good.
Cheery, you
Does that
take 7
mean-
fire damage. You are also not burned, but it still hurts. And
do.
yes, Ro, you took 7 fire damage. And you are no longer burned.
I think that means I need to do a concentration check, right?
Yes, but the DC is 10.
I
The
don't know why I add to a concentration check, but it's not. Gonna...
Constitution.
Yeah.
The daggers have
Daggers fail.
dissipated. Okay.
Damn it.
Up next is Cheery.
That really hurt.
I'm sorry.
It's not your fault. And in my rage of being burned to death, I am going to summon forth the culinary angst of the legendary dwarven chef Gordo Ramzo,
Love it.
Nice.
and I'm going to bring into existence a hand mixer which will dice this creature in much the way his words dice young sous chefs who aren't worth. This is my spiritual weapon, and I will have it attack when it comes in.
I believe that's only a bonus action to cast, too.
Yeah.
Action to cast, and then bonus action to use, but you get to use it on your turn.
I see. Okay. Well,
So, 15?
15 is not going to hit this thing.
Okay.
Or rather, it hits, but it just cuts through nothing but marinara. It doesn't get anything of substance. You don't get to the meat of the creature, if you will.
It does actually say on the spell it is a bonus action to cast. At least for me.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought it was bonus action for both. I think you still have your action.
Oh, okay. And
It
I
just
can
can't
cast-
be another first level or higher spell.
Right. Okay, so I will use a cantrip.
Mm-hmm.
I will fold my hands together, and I will say, "The power of consommé compels you," and I will throw a very cold soup ball at it.
Oh no. I hate cold soup. Let's see how it.
It's the worst.
Frost.
Ooh.
20.
Natural
Crit.
20. Okay, well, you know what to do. That is a critical hit.
Nice.
You do the double the base dice, add the bonus.
Yes.
Oh, there's no bonus for this one anyways. So we'll just roll this and then double it.
Mm-hmm.
So 26.
26 cold damage, which he does take all of. Okay. He's taken 68 damage so far. He's starting to look like what you might consider bloodied. He looks hurt now.
And
Desperate, even.
I'm gonna move away from Danny 10 feet.
Okay.
Or from
Patty.
Patty, sorry.
Okay.
Can't read it. So,
Get away from me with your exploding self.
but I still like you.
Oh, thanks.
It is now Patricia's turn, and you don't take ongoing burn damage.
Yay! Is the cloud still there then?
No, the cloud has dissipated.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna get as far away as possible from that creature as I can.
Do you want to
which is
get near
probably not
anyone
that
else,
far.
or are you going to kind of stay by yourself?
I'm gonna kind of stay by myself.
Okay.
I would like to ask the creature why it doesn't want to have an ice cream sundae with us, and I am going to cast ice cream sundae on it again at
Again?
3rd level instead
Oh no!
of 2nd level.
What kind of
So
saving
it
throw
has
was
to
that?
make dexterity of 14.
That is a 13.
Oh,
Nice.
she. All right.
I'm
so-
going to use legendary resistance to succeed
Aw.
instead of fail. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I hate to. I
It's
hate
okay.
to rain on
No,
your Sunday,
you
but
you do you, DM. No worries.
you've pulled
hold
out
on a
one of
sec.
its 3 legendary resistances, so that's good.
Yeah. Nope. No. Yeah.
And I believe it still takes half damage, correct?
Yes. I just had to make sure I was reading that right because the dyslexia hits hard sometimes.
I understand.
So half of 13.
6. That is 6 damage.
Okay.
Okay, that's starting to add up. That's starting to add up. We're gonna have to see what we can do about that. Ro,
Later.
that makes it your turn.
I will say, creature, yield us your sprig, or be dished up and served to our customers. And I'm going to also cast extremely hot sauce, which is a dex save of 15.
Oh, I rolled a 3. That's a 7.
Okay, so he fails. That's 2d6. Hang on.
What kind of damage is this?
Acid.
Acid. Uh-oh. That is very hot sauce.
Extremely hot sauce.
Yeah.
It is only 5.
He takes all of it, though. 5 points of
Takes all
damage.
of
Did you account for that being at your highest spell level?
It's a cantrip, but
Oh,
yes, there's 2d6 at level 5.
okay. Got
I
it.
got it. If I-
Cantrips? What do I have to do to get some leveled spells out of a person?
Oh, you've already got one out of them.
Fair enough.
I mean, and that's half of them.
Fair enough.
So yeah.
All right. You throw some hot sauce into the fire, and that marinara is turning into a spicy aroma. Actually, it smells pretty good. I don't know if anybody here likes spicy spaghetti, but oh man, I'm getting really hungry running this game. Okay. After Ro, it is the spirit of marinara, who roars in wordless fury and is going to mix things up a little and do a multi-attack. I know, shocking. It's going to start with Sophie, hitting you with some scalding sauce. That is a 15 to hit.
No.
I see. Unfortunate. The next one, we're going to go for... Let's see, who's hurt? Who's hurt at Thor's? Probably you, yeah. It's gonna go for Patty.
All right.
Oh. Pick me, man.
Natural one.
I'm
It's my
imposing.
idea.
Well,
Natural.
it
Wow.
tried to
That's
attack
my
someone
first
else.
natural one of the night.
Noise.
That is disappointing. That means I'm not going to be using another Marinara eruption. Okay,
That
Karen.
also means I'm not gonna die.
I'm gonna use my reaction to attack it.
And
Shit, you can do that.
Does 8 hit?
8 does not hit. You strike with the versed sword, but the meat is beginning to cook from the heat coming off of this creature, and it's getting a little too short, and you misjudge the distance.
can I look around and specifically at Patricia and see how hurt she is? Can I glean anything from that?
How would you describe your state of being, Patricia?
I like
I
numbers.
would describe it as my skin is probably looking pretty bubbly and red.
Oh boy.
I'm looking pretty hurt right now.
How far away from me is she?
So she hasn't gone very far, just out of the cloud range, and you also had gone just out of the cloud range, so she's probably like between 20 and 40 feet from you. I'd say within short range. Including your movement, you can get to her.
Yeah, I will run towards her. I will pull out my holy symbol of Kukak, and I will pray and cast Cure Spoons on her. And I will heal you for 8 damage.
Okay, so that as you pray for this, you are presented with a glowing divine cookie cake. It's got a single little candle in it. And it's got like a
I
frosting
will-
"Get Well" written on it.
Oh.
Get well soon. I will.
Granny happily gobbles that up.
I'll turn back to face him with my shield and mace up, like trying to impose myself and defend Patricia.
Okay.
And with my bonus attack, I will attack him with my spiritual
Right.
kick.
Spiritual cake. All right. Let's see what you got. Make your spell attack.
15 plus 5, 20.
That'll hit.
I want to do this anyway. 24. And that is, again, the 1d8 plus 2. 6 damage.
6 damage.
And this counts as
Radiant, I believe.
force damage.
Force damage, even worse. Okay. The cake slams into it, spattering Marinara. It's going to use two of its legendary... I'm sorry, it's going to use one of its legendary actions since you're adjacent right now, aren't you? No, you're not adjacent.
Nope,
Shit.
I've moved away.
Okay, it's going to use two of its legendary actions to...
Does he get an attack of opportunity when I leave its space?
Oh, yeah, he did. You're right. Thank
Yeah.
you for your honesty. He's
Yeah,
going
you're
to try to
welcome.
hit you with the Scalding Sauce as an opportunity attack. That's a 17 to hit.
Nope.
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 Armored bastard. Okay, well, he's going to try to get you with a blob of sauce then with two of his legendary actions.
Right.
22 to hit.
That definitely hits.
Okay. That's going to be 10 fire damage, and you have gained a burn. You will take ongoing damage from this.
Jesus, that's a lot of damage. Okay.
It does not feel good.
No, it doesn't.
It is now the lair's turn. Okay. The lair... Let's see. The Marinara in the Chamber of Marinara becomes a conduit for delicious Marinara. I'm going to target all of you. I need all of you to make a wisdom saving throw. As the overwhelming hunger
This is
inside by this strikes you. What?
is this a magic effect?
It is.
Okay, I get advantage on that. Thank you.
14 for me.
14 is right on the money what you need. Oh no.
Shit.
Don't forget your D4.
Yep.
Yeah, I know.
Well, that's not going to help the nat 1 much.
Oh, I didn't see
Oh,
the
but
one.
I get
10.
Oh,
15 from me.
that's
I
right.
get
You're a
to reroll
halfling.
that
Yes,
then?
you do.
Yeah.
Halfling
Okay.
luck.
That's what I thought. Okay, so That's 16.
You clearly chose the right race.
That,
Uh-oh.
She's a robot.
Oh, good. It's not just me.
No, it's not just you. Robot Danny strikes again.
Don't lose your camera.
No, it's
Oh
okay.
my God.
If she loses the... Wait, are you back?
I'm having internet issues, sorry.
Okay, you're understandable,
That's okay.
though. You are now understandable again. That's good. That's good.
Okay, so that's
20.
+5 on the wisdom save, so I have a total of a lot.
Yep, you're good.
No. Yeah.
Did
25.
anybody get below 14?
Nope.
Yup.
Oh, did I hear a yup?
Yup.
You take 8 points of psychic damage as hunger is beginning to get to you, and increasingly you just want to consume this amazing marinara unlike anything you've ever smelled.
It's a trap.
It is a trap. You resist, but that's still 8 points of psychic damage. You're getting worn down. Sophie, it is your turn.
She's gonna scream at it. Stirb du Scheiße, Putze! And just slice into it. Which translates to die, you shit puddle.
Nice.
That came across even without the translation, I think.
Oh, good. good.
I was getting that.
So, my first attack. Oh, better.
Nice.
Yeah. Oh,
Will hit.
I think that's a crit. I think I crit on a 19.
I'm not sure what level you get that. That's a champion fighter, right?
Yeah.
You'll have to look into that.
Saying class features or feats, maybe.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
You are very hard to hear. You really got to speak up, Ashley.
Sorry! I'm here!
Okay.
Class feature. I thought I got that right away, but maybe I don't. I'm not seeing it, so... it's just regular.
Okay, don't forget your second attack.
8, 6. Oh! 16.
Nice.
Wait. 14.
14.
15, 16, 17, 18 damage for that attack.
How much? 18?
Yep. That's max
Uh-oh.
damage. Here's the second attack. 22 to hit.
22 is going to hit. Though, actually, from the first attack, you did take splash damage.
Fair enough.
You took 1 point of fire damage as I roll minimum.
Okay. And then here's for the other attack. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 damage.
How much?
17.
Ow.
You like that?
No. No, not at all. He's feeling it real hard now. Improved critical, level 3. Your weapon scores a crit on a 19 or a 20.
Where do you see that? I don't see it on here.
It's under champion. I looked it up.
Well, cool.
Not on D&D Beyond. I just looked
So
up
my
on Roll20.
damage is doubled?
Oh no.
That's
Just
another
the
8.
dice.
That's another 8 plus 6 damage. 14 damage.
All right. As you plunge the versed sword into it, don't forget you do another 2d6 cheese damage as well. And you heal that much. Because on a crit.
yeah. Another 6 damage and I heal 6.
And you heal 6, yep. Though that second blow, you take another... God, 1 point of fire damage. It's a 1d10. I just keep rolling ones.
1 damage.
As you plunge the versed sword into its chest, the whole thing begins to bubble. Big glops of marinara falling off of its form. And you can hear, "You are worthy," as it disintegrates into just loose marinara draining back into the pit. And the curtain of marinara beyond also begins to come apart, collapsing and draining back into the pit. leaving just
Yay.
the wonderful aroma of marinara. Beyond
I'm gonna
the curtain,
swing my wiener around in victory.
In the windmill.
Doing like a cloud strife, like swinging it.
Oh Lord. You can see the rest of the chamber that was beyond that curtain. And standing in the chamber, well, no, first of all, you can see that it's about 30 feet, slightly round, and there are steps, natural steps though, not man-made. There are 4 of them, and on each step are 5 little sprigs growing from the ground, including the top, though there is no divine light shining on any one of them. Some look healthier than others. Some are sort of an off color. Standing among all of the sprigs, just calmly watching you, is an old man, ancient maybe, human, but with a white beard all the way down to his feet. He's wearing yellow robes with maroon lining, and has spectacles on. You can also see that he's wearing a chef hat and a white apron. He looks at you. You can see he's like fully leaning on a staff just to stay upright, but he doesn't move. Just peers out of his chamber at you guys.
Are you Bordini?
No.
I am Chef Baldini. You would seek the sprig of 1,000 sensations.
You sound older than Patty.
Yeah.
I have dwelt in this place for a long time, sustained by the marinara of ages.
We have some other food if you'd like it.
Is that something we all can partake of?
Only the guardian of the herb of ages can partake. But you are not yet worthy until you can show wisdom. Only one,
He gestures behind him.
is the true sprig of 1,000 sensations. You may
And
choose.
there's 20 in total.
Yes.
Okay.
Are the rest going to kill us?
I'm getting Indiana Jones vibes.
That was intentional.
Should you choose unwisely, it would not end well for you. Such is the test of a true chef. One who knows the freshest ingredients before they taste it.
I'm gonna step closer and take a look at them.
I'm gonna cast it.
You're gonna cast what? Sorry, you cut out. Uh-oh. Your microphone's not picking you up.
No?
Oh, there. Heard you now.
Hello.
Detect magic.
Detect magic. Okay. 10-minute casting?
No, I'm just gonna spend.
Just gonna cast it? Okay. As you cast it, you are detecting 20 individual sources of magic coming from each of the sprigs. None of them have a specific school of magic to them. It's more like each of them is just sort of radiating like an artifact. Divine. You can see, though, that the power is deific. This is extremely powerful magic.
And no sense of one standing out from the group.
One does not stand out from any other.
I would just like to say that we are here for the sprig, but it is not for us. I
It's
believe
for your great grandson.
exactly what she said. He
My-
is after.
It's
Descendant?
He claims to make the greatest that word in the country, in the world.
Then the
But-
Bayardini line runs true.
So perhaps you could just give us the sprig, as it is for the
I
benefit of your family.
cannot. For as the guardian of one of the 12 herbs of ages, I have a divine duty. It is sacred. I must shepherd the sprig.
Ro would like to start sniffing
Okay.
the herbs. Just 2 to start with, and I want to see if they smell the same.
Make a perception check.
Can I smoke them?
You could pick like a leaf off of any given sprig if you want.
Perception is terrible. That is 11.
11. Actually, with an 11, you are able to determine that they do have different scents. And you're even able to pick out about 4 of them that the scent is off enough that you're like, wouldn't want to put this in anything I was cooking.
I have a
will-
question. Sorry, go
I
ahead.
will point that out to the group. But
Okay.
yeah.
I have a question for you, sir. What happens to you once we take the sprig out of here?
If you are to take the sprig and not guard it, then I will continue to stand sentinel until one comes to take my place. And
if it's used
another
in a-
sprig will grow eventually.
So we could take the sprig and then someone would have to replace you as guardian?
I would be able to rest if someone took my place. But the sprig of 1,000 sensations will grow back. There is
Want to?
never just one.
Do you want to rest, or is this like pretty good for you?
I would enjoy resting, I think. I have dwelt here these past 112 years, watching over the sprig, consuming its mighty marinara. But that is enough, I think. Should one of you be worthy and choose correctly,
I would also like to have a look over the sprigs. Obviously, the 4 were pointed out by Ro as not smelling too good. So can I have a look at the other 16?
Sure.
Was it 20?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What would you like to do with those other 16?
Being of the forest, knowing my herbs, knowing my my plants, I would like to just get in there as well, smell them. You know, just rustle the leaves, try and see what I guess the best looking. You know, when you go to the supermarket, you're like, no, I don't want that one. I don't want that one. That one.
So, like, essentially similar to what Ro was trying to do. You're trying to, like, use perception to get a sense for...
Sure, yes.
Go ahead.
Use my wisdom. This is a check, right? So I still have disadvantage for this. It's gonna be like 6.
6.
It keeps doing the double.
Unfortunately, you can't really get a sense. I mean, if they were vegetables, maybe, but because they're just little sprigs,
Yeah.
you really can't, like, measure them or weigh them or anything. You really can't tell. You can't narrow it down any.
Is there any chance that I could look over them with a medicine check and see?
Yes.
I mean, especially since they seem to have some properties to them.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Medicine is very
just a
useful here.
straight. Okay.
I want to give him that.
Are you aiding on this?
Of course, 8.
We'll say it was she already
that's
rolled it.
just
We'll
gonna
say
be a
you can
fair.
roll separate on yours. 8. Yeah, unfortunately, after all the burns you took, and there's still so much marinara, like overwhelming your senses.
That was a 13 total.
Oh,
I don't
13
think that
total.
changes
That's
anything.
it
but-
does change. Actually,
Yeah,
yes,
sorry,
it
I
does.
just added it to there.
Okay, my bad. So
Okay.
let me correct myself. You're not able to narrow down exactly which one it is, but through sampling them, you find that a few of them have, like, the leaves a little brittle, and you're sure that, like, used as a seasoning, this would it would be very weak. It wouldn't. These are not as healthy plants as the
Okay.
others, so you're able to rule
Does
out
that help
4 more.
narrow down?
Yep.
Okay.
You narrow it down to 12 possibilities.
18 on a medicine check.
Medicine. Okay, so seeing what Patricia's doing, you're like, yeah, that's the idea, and you start really testing them and, like, even, like, giving them a sniff occasionally, like licking one to get a vibe of, like, what its potency is, its properties. You're able to narrow it down to 3. There are 3 that are, as far as your medical sense can get, perfect.
I'm pretty sure it's one of those 3.
And all the while, Bayardini the First just stands and watches.
Let me take a look. And I'll approach the 3
Mm-hmm.
and I'll start sniffing and, like, touching them to see how they feel.
Okay, so you're trying perception.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or survival, but I'm not really sure how that would translate.
You could attempt survival to, like, maybe get a sense for which is the oldest plant. Presuming that the oldest would probably be the one true.
The bonus is the same.
I mean, most any skill nearly could be justified here. Like, you could use insight, you could use arcana. What are you going for?
I'll just do perception. The bonus is the same.
Okay.
Here's my d20. Plus 3, so 12.
12.
Yep.
You're not really able to narrow down from these 3. All you can determine is that any one of these 3 smells like they would be amazing in a dish.
They all smell the same. It's amazing.
So, I want to do something weird, and I don't know if this is how you would use insight.
Mm-hmm.
But Ro wants to bluff the guy a little bit and say, I know which one it is, and see if he can
Got it.
get.
Do you want to do
if
deception
he
for that?
looks-
Or insight?
Insight was the.
Okay, you can try that with insight. Let's see how this goes.
Let's do. one of
Oh, hi.
those.
Nice.
That is 19 in total.
19. You do get a vague sense, like just a subtle shift, like his attention moves toward 2 of them. You can rule one of those 3 out.
Do you know? Then choose.
No, I was bluffing.
We have an idea between these 3.
It's not.
We've
that
narrowed it
one.
down to 2. Yeah, 2 now.
I assume you pointed out.
Yeah.
Well, you want me to just pick one?
No.
I'm willing to do it.
There's too much at risk here, I feel. To just
I
so
presume.
blindly choose
Well, if I get it
presume-
wrong, one of you can get the other one.
to run away.
Well,
You said there would be consequences if we guessed wrong.
yes.
I'm willing to
Let's-
take the consequence.
It
I'm
might be a
not.
group consequence.
I'm also not.
It
ready to
might
take it.
destroy the real.
It might
Wow.
blow us all up.
Yes.
Well,
Before we
I'm-
pick who first,
I'm going to take out my grandmother's spell book, the one that is important, and I'm going to hand it to Carrot and say, if I take the other one and I die or something, I need you to take this spell book and continue putting recipes inside of this. Could you do that for me?
Yes. I can do that for you.
I hand it over and I say, all right,
You
Sophie.
should not be the one doing it. I have better chance.
I mean, you all have your life ahead of you. I'm pretty crusty and old at this point.
I wouldn't say crusty, but
It's a
You're a
big
little
decision to have to make, considering whoever picks correctly needs to stay here forever.
Before we flip a coin, I have one final idea. Sir, you have been here for 100 years or more
112.
with only one thing to sustain yourself. We have narrowed it down to these 2.
It is very
How about
delicious.
we prepare you a feast, and if it's good enough, you deem it worthy, you provide us with the real one.
Make a
That
persuasion
way you
check.
get a good meal. A persuasion check. Okay.
Historically, statistically, you don't tend to do well with these.
Yes, but I specifically built this character with a +7, so that is 23.
Ease.
If you can show me through your cooking your worth, then yes. But it will require a true demonstration of cooking. I have tasted of the herbs of ages. I am not easily impressed.
What do you think, crew? We either flip a coin or cook for it.
well, I have run
sleep
other
fast.
way. I can check to see which one of these is the eldest Sprig. That was my last thought.
There's no harm in trying,
I'm open to suggestions.
as long as you don't run away with it.
Who's running away?
Oh, you just want to grab it and go, right?
Now, just a little DM's note for the final check between one or the other. I'm not going to tell you If you are right or wrong, I'm only going to tell you based on what you get which one you think it is.
Well, let me see what I can find out, just to see which one is older. Let me see that. So I'd like to make a survival, just to see which Sprig is older. Is that okay?
You can certainly try.
Okay. Here's a d20. Fuck. 6.
6.
It's like we're cooking.
There are two. One is on the top step, kind of toward the back wall. The other, funny enough, is on the bottom step and is very near the first one that you come to when you first enter the chamber. You believe it to be the one on the top step.
Okay. Well, I have the feeling it's that one, and I'll point out what I think. But I don't think cooking is a bad idea.
I will go with whatever you kids think, but I don't think any of you should stay here forever, so I'm willing to do it. I'm pretty old at this point.
Hey, no, she's got it right. If it's that one, let's just pick it.
I would stay, actually.
Why
I
do
would
you
be
say
willing to
that?
stay.
Well, I think that Patty has a lot more cakes to make, and I would hate to see her not get her comeuppance, that you told me about.
You know, I
already.
haven't actually made cake since I left my family. I mean, my last name is Cake, but I mean, I think it's more suitable for someone who actually does make cakes, considering all of my grandmother's cakes are in there, so I felt it's pertinent to give it to the one who likes to make cakes.
And
I
I'll
think he's
have
got
the
a lot of
support
potential.
for company. I won't be alone.
I like cake. I also wouldn't mind. I don't mind staying here. I lived alone without anybody for years. Living alone here isn't going to change much for me.
Well, if you decide to stay here, I need that cookbook back, because I have to find somebody else who can continue my legacy.
I have
I'm
too much
just-
to do. Can't stay.
Got an appointment next week. I'm just saying, I don't think Patty needs to be the one to stay. Just because you were older doesn't give you the right to choose that.
That's kind of you to say, but like I said, I just need a successor.
I
and
understand.
that'll make me happy.
We
I
could
would
do
not.
paper like rock.
Is it parchment? No.
That's
Older parchment shears?
Older parchment shears.
Can I don't know if my chance is up, Tim, but can I pull out my herbalism kit and perhaps using that alongside my knowledge of
Well, you
Arcana?
could. It would be if you're proficient with it, it would just be an herbalism kit check.
I have it as a tool. I don't know if I'm proficient with it.
What
I don't
is
know.
your background?
Hermit.
Then yeah, you're probably proficient with it.
Yeah. So I have, my herbalism kit. Just to, I guess, as well, kind of like what I was doing with the perception, or what the others were doing with medicine, to maybe use it to take a few clippings and maybe see if I can somehow test it.
Yeah, and you know what?
See if I can sense the magical properties with Arcana and whatnot.
I should have had Ashley do this as well. I want to know what your bonus is, and I'm going to do a secret roll.
On Arcana?
No, on your, or if whatever you end up doing to narrow down the last two.
It'll be a +4.
Okay. You believe it to be the one on the bottom step.
We have a disagreement.
Fights. I mean, if one of us takes the herb, is that the person that stays here no matter what?
No. If you take the herb, it is yours. To do with as you will.
But how do we decide who the guardian is? How do we decide who spends the next 100 or 200 or 300 years here?
How does anyone decide such a thing? I am the guardian. I chose this long ago. If one chooses to replace me, then so be it.
We can
Who
leave
made-
the guy here. He seems...
Nobody has to stay.
Well,
Who made you the guardian?
It was the pact I struck when I accepted this power, this culinary mastery.
So why should it not be his great-great-great-great-grandson, the person who actually wants the sprig? Why do we, 5 random chefs from across the world, be the ones who have to decide who is the person who spends the rest of their life alone?
We don't have to. We can just stay here for eons if you want.
I understand that, but it just seems a bit stupid.
It is a voluntary position. Only one who makes the sacrifice in the name of the culinary arts.
I just like
Okay, if
baking
I'm being
cakes.
quite frank, though, I just don't get the sense that his descendant really wants that. He just wants to spread
Exactly.
good marinara, the good sauce across the nation. So, I'm not sure how well he would do here. Personally.
I like point my head towards the guy, and I'll just say he's decided to be the guardian. He's already said that it will grow back no matter what.
Not no matter what, but
Well-
provided it is taken by one deemed worthy, it will return in time.
And the worthy person is the one who picks the correct one? How are we deemed worthy if all we have to do is choose?
You have overcome the trials of ages. You have earned the blessing of the spirit of marinara. Now you must earn my blessing by choosing correctly. One with the wisdom to choose right is worthy in my eyes. One who can cook in such a way that I deem fit
He looks at Ro.
is also worthy.
If we want to cook for him, we can cook for him and still have the right to choose. Maybe.
wait, so before people said they'd taken clippings, right?
None have come here
Sorry,
since
from this
I...
Oh, no clippings. Just like a lick or a
okay.
like you can take a little bit, just
Yeah,
I guess
just
a
to
tiny
test it.
bit, just to test.
Yeah.
But none that's enough
So-
to.
We've got 1 vote for top and 1 vote for bottom. I want to get out my little vial of marinara sauce, do 1 drop on a sprig each, and then taste it, and see if that, and offer the taste around to the rest of the crew as well, and see if the sprig plus marinara gives me any idea as to which would be the correct one.
I'll allow a Arcana check. Yeah, I
Sure.
think this would be Arcana. You're kind of like it's artifice. You're making magic sauce, or you're trying.
Well, that's a 14.
14.
You want to do it and try it?
They're both so good.
I can't tell the difference.
They're both just so good.
And
I
I
not
really
to go
want
against
spaghetti.
not to go against Sophie's perception, her choice.
Sophie's choice.
I believe it to be the one at the bottom.
we have two opposing views. I propose a cook-off.
Right.
You two cook something each, and we'll vote on who we believe is the most worthy chef.
We're cooking anyway. We might as well let him try out cooking.
Oh, we can give it to
Tell
the
us.
dude as well. He hasn't had much to eat yet.
I have not had my dinner yet. It is true.
I'm hungry.
I am
had
so
breakfast late.
hungry.
I think you two should cook, and we'll see which one of you is correct. I'm not confident in my own abilities to tell the difference, so.
I feel like this is a very, very stupid way to decide, but I will accept the challenge.
I'm never back down.
All right. This is as things should be. Settled
bake-off.
through cooking.
I
Great
challenge
British
him to a
Bake Off.
food war.
All right. Who wants? Let's start with the challenger, which would technically be Carrot.
Mhm.
What are you going to cook? Chef Bayardini will utter a word, and he will cast Chef Bayardini's magnificent kitchen, conjuring a door that opens into a 5-star industrial kitchen, fully outfitted with everything you could possibly need, all tools, basic ingredients.
I just
I'm willing
say
to
him,
help if you guys want assistance, or...
No, thank you. Do you have a specific dessert you like, Chef Wadini whatever your name is?
Béarnaise sauce.
I have always been very fond of creme brulee.
I don't even know what goes into creme brulee. I've never had it in my life.
So good.
It's so
I
good.
call one of my spells creme brulee. Toward.
You, Crep, may not have had it, but I would imagine Carrot Cake knows how to make creme brulee.
Okay.
It'll come down to a cooking utensils check, I think, in that case, if that's what you'd like to do. Though if you have any spells or abilities that might improve upon what you're doing.
I don't believe I do. Actually, maybe it would help. What I would like to do is cast Phase Bakers, which is spiritual guardians.
Mm-hmm.
And I would like to ask my little fey creatures who are adorned with little chef's hats and whisks and spoons.
You want a
to
team
help
to
me.
back you up. Okay, you can
Yes.
do that. That
I'm
will
the
give
chef,
you
and they are the.
that'll give you +2 on the check.
I would also, as well as just making the creme brulee, I would like to make just an assortment of little snacks, like dough balls and little biscuits and just random assortment of snacks for him,
Okay.
and I'll go from there.
Okay. Make your check. Yeah, I guess it would just be a cooking utensils check with a +2 bonus on top.
So that would be my wisdom, right? because I don't have cooking utensils?
You will have advantage because it is an industrial 5-star kitchen as well.
Okay. So it'll be plus
He wants to
4.
make sure each of you has the best opportunity possible to cook.
Does he provide like a bunch of ingredients?
Yeah. Basically, you'll have access to whatever you need to make the dish.
Okay.
While this is going on, can I take a short rest?
Yes. Yes.
21.
21. Is that with the +2?
That's a +2 from wisdom and a +2 from spiritual guardians.
Are you not proficient?
I don't have kitchen. It doesn't say anything about kitchen utensils.
Oh,
so
okay.
I don't
So you're
know.
not proficient. So then you did that correct.
Yeah.
You did that correct. All right.
What's
You
the
make a
total?
fine creme brulee with your little Fey team, providing the final touch, a little bit of fire across the top to torch
What was your question,
the
actually?
sugar.
What was your total?
21.
Oh, 21. Okay.
All right. Now he's not
I would
going to try
also-
either of them until they're both cooked. So while you were
I would
making
also-
this, yes.
I would also like to, as Sophie is about to do her thing, I'd like to say to her that meat you gave me back in the forest that you thought I ate, I didn't. And that is all I'll say. And hopefully that could somehow work against her.
You're trying
Maybe?
a cheap shot. Wow.
Yep.
It
Taking it all.
enrages me to do even better.
Okay. Well, while you were cooking your creme brulee, or baking, well, do you bake? While you were making your creme brulee, Sophie.
My father told me to stay away from the vegetable eaters. He was right. I'll get to cooking.
Just stick my middle finger up at her.
I mean, I don't have the bonuses you do, so my chances are not very good.
Well, we'll see what you can do. You know what, though? You can, if you have things to augment what you're doing.
Well, I mean, maybe. So I'm going to do a pork loin,
Okay.
and I'm going to wrap it in bacon.
Oh, fuck. Yeah.
And then I'm
go
gonna
on.
use some wine that I have and like pour over it.
Do you actually have wine, or are you borrowing from his
No,
ingredients?
I have wine.
You do have wine. Okay, that is something that you can use to augment your dish then.
Cool. So it'll be like wine and butter,
Okay.
and I'm gonna have to let it bake for a while. However that works.
That'll give you a
Let's do
+2 bonus.
4 hours.
And yeah, that's about it.
That all you got?
Yeah, and I'll just use all his supplies to. Yeah, can I use any of the rosemary?
I would not recommend it.
I'll just take this. Then I will use my own. I will twine it up and wrap rosemary around it.
Okay.
And that's pretty much all we can do. Yep.
Okay. Roll your check.
So what is it?
This
I
would
get
be-
+2?
Yup.
And I
And you're
normally-
proficient in cooking utensils, correct?
Right. So it'd just be my proficiency plus wisdom.
Yup, +2.
I thought proficiency was
Proficiency,
my
+2, plus wisdom.
is 0. So
Oh.
that'll be +5.
Okay.
1d20 +5. So I have advantage. Is
You
there
do.
anything?
Yup.
How should I do this? I'll just do 2d20 +5. Would that work? That's what you guys can do. So there it is. So my total is 20 or 20.
Mm.
That's 20.
It was a delicious pork loin. It was.
1 point. Okay.
The smell would be tantalizing from all of this. Really, the winners here are everybody who gets to eat this food, honestly. But when he tries that creme brulee, there's sort of a little... You can hear the crispy crunch as his fork goes through the top of it. When he takes that bite, you can see like his eyes glaze over, his mind carried away somewhere distant.
That is just like my grandmother used to make. I have not had a good creme brulee in such a long time, since I was a young boy.
Thank you for your kind words. You have been keeping watch here for a long time, and you deserve it.
Thank you, my boy. Thank you. And now the choice is before you.
I'll also just quickly walk over to Sophie and offer my hand to shake her hand.
She will take your hand and grip it very strongly.
What's your
I'd
strength?
even lift you off your feet a little bit.
What's your strength, Ashley?
16.
So it's 2 above me. Okay.
Yeah, you're feeling it.
Okay. I'll look towards the group. Are you happy with me making this decision?
It was a cook-off.
Food war.
One fair and square. We should make the choice.
Choose wisely.
I'll go to the sprig on the bottom step. And I will pick it.
It plucks free. Actually, you'd probably have like a little pair of scissors that you'd have to clip it with, but you know.
I've got the
Yeah, you're a chef. You know what you're doing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You have
I'll
it.
walk up to him and... Did I choose wisely?
He will take a little bit off of the side and pluck it, and he'll put it into a jar of marinara, kind of swish it around a little bit, put the cap on, shake it like he's shaking a drink, and then he'll gesture a hand, and a plate materializes with some just base spaghetti. He'll dump some of the marinara on it.
Taste.
I'll pull a fork out of my knife and fork pouch, and I will twirl up the pasta, and I will try it.
As you take this bite, the first thing that hits you is almost a smoky foretaste. There's a hint of smokiness about the marinara and roasted vegetables. You can taste the mushrooms, onion, garlic. Something else. Some kind of red wine and a hint of spice, maybe cayenne pepper. There's also a creaminess and a richness to it that speaks of a broth, probably some kind of vegetable stock, perfectly aged, of course, and of course the rosemary. And the second your taste buds identify that, everything melts away to pure white. You are alone in existence. Looking about, you can see great meatballs materializing in the distance, tomatoes, a hunk of cheese that's just kind of got grated shreds raining down, and as they hit the white surface you stand upon, grass springs forth all across you, the world being born beneath your feet. And as you kind of fall back away from this brand new world filled with colors and smells and tastes and sights and sounds, you see Chef Bayardini smiling kindly at you.
You have chosen tastefully. The sprig of 1,000 sensations is yours.
I'll bow my head and I'll say thank you very much.
And he kind of
Thank
looks
you.
up.
I believe, for your safety, those of you who are leaving should leave now. I believe Mount Linguine is going to erupt.
Oh,
Am I alone in this white place, or is everybody?
No,
with
no,
me?
no. You are back. You are back. But
Okay.
you're feeling like you've been colorblind all your life, and now you can see in
So I've
colors.
just taken some LSD.
Yeah. Oh yeah, man.
Nice.
You do get a permanent +2 to your wisdom though
Ooh.
for sampling
Like
that.
those. Ooh, okay, nice.
And forevermore, the taste of any rosemary dish that does not include this will taste like nothing. So that's a thing that
Oh.
you'll have to deal with now.
So I only eat cake anyway.
Fucking
I'll,
gnomes.
I'll look towards the group, and especially to Patricia, and I'll hand her book back.
The ground is beginning to shake beneath your feet. You can hear a distant explosion, and suddenly there's a much stronger scent of tomato wafting over you.
maybe let's leave.
I'll hand her this. I will hand her the sprig as well, and I'm staying here.
I'm just gonna pat him on the shoulder and say, "Good luck, kid. Have fun."
Thank you.
You don't
And
have
I'm gonna
to.
leave.
I'm running.
Not even trying to talk. See ya.
That's the nicest way she knows how.
Okay.
Are you sure, Carrot?
I really don't mind. There isn't much left for me in the real world. I feel like he has spent more than enough time defending this place. And if this could give me some sort of purpose, besides baking cake for people, then I'll take it.
You must guard the sprig. It is not enough to dwell here. It is your
got-
responsibility.
Okay, I got that.
Oh, may the great cook Jasmine Olive keep you blessed.
Jasmine Olive, a great chef. Ruined school dinners, but a great chef.
Yeah.
A
I'll
tear
give her-
drops down.
Carrot a quick hug and we'll toddle off.
I'll hug him and pat him hard on the back.
Selfie will come up to you, pat your head twice. Suppose we're vegetable eater. You're not that bad.
The same goes for you, meat eater.
And then I'll go off.
Ro was already running. We'll just shout, good luck.
I'll just put my hand up.
Yeah.
When it's just you and Bayardini, he's going to put he's going to like try to put a hand on your shoulder and like realize how short you freaking are and like kind of lean down so he can reach your shoulder. He'll give you like a fond squeeze and he'll let go. For a moment you're like, what? And when you turn to look, he's gone. There's no one here. You're alone. And you see the curtain of marinara begin to rise behind your friends as they run off. No sooner are they out of sight than you can hear an explosion. Marinara and meatballs slamming against the curtain, but not breaking through, as it's apparently a magical force protecting you in the chamber of the sprig. For the rest of you, the last one, it was Ro, right? Was the last one out? You're probably like, there is boiling marinara rising out of the pit that the spirit of marinara was in, literally licking your heels as you're like hoofing it out of there. All of you, as you are running up the shaft back into the chamber with the meatballs rolling through the bowl, there is marinara slowly rising behind you. I need everyone to make an athletics check for me.
Something I'm good at.
Unless any of you has a solution, some other alternative to just running.
Nope.
That is 12.
23.
23. Okay.
17.
Hey, you made one.
Yeah, right?
5.
5. Oh no.
If I need to, I can like grab somebody and just keep running with them. I can lift a lot.
True. And you can carry as a creature one size category larger. All right.
Yep.
All right. The only one who failed was Cheery, so I'll let you just scoop Cheery up and like make a run for it. The traps seem no longer active, they seem broken. Like there's no longer meat just rolling around in the bowl. The smasher is just down, and you can easily run around it. As you guys run into the room with all of the marinara channels, they're actually dry. Though by the time the last of you, now probably Sophie with Cheery, as you're about to leave the room, the entire wall from which all of the channels originate explodes with giant rocks of meat and sauce and a few vegetables that have not fully been chopped up yet, flowing after you. Actually, I'm going to need Sophie to make a dexterity saving throw, as you might get a little bit of splash from the fire.
Ooh. Dex save?
Yep.
Ooh, 3.
Okay, you take 11 points of fire damage as it splashes on you, but Yup, that would be 5. Oh, you're getting a lot of mileage out of that ring.
Yeah.
You guys rush into the gas chamber. Unfortunately, the gas is still here. Do you have a solution for that?
Hold my breath.
I'm gonna cast oven gloves on myself, which is I've forgotten the original spell. Armor of Agathis, basically.
Gotcha.
So 15 temp hit points and covered in frost.
Okay.
Hold breath and run.
You get completely encased in ice. As you rush through, I need each person... Wait.
But I also...
Yes?
Could I also extend my hand out and use creme brulee in front of me as I'm going? Just to kind of burn away the gases, like, in front of me?
Yes, okay. So I'm going to give you two advantage on the con saves. Cheery and Sophie, you guys are... So, Sophie, you said you're holding your breath and running. Cheery, are you doing anything in here? Or are you just...
I'm going to use my Purify Food and Drink to give myself 10 extra feet of...
You can do that, okay. I'm also going to give advantage on the save, then. Actually, on both of you, since you're kind of tagging along with her.
This is against poison?
Yep.
I rolled 11.
11, okay. Unfortunately, Ro, you are blinded for the next 10 minutes.
I have a 17.
Okay, you made the save.
Okay.
24.
Okay, you guys made the saves. So, Ro, like, your eyes are just watering to the point where you can't see. They're burning. You're just kind of rubbing up the eyes.
I can help. And I will, again, pull out my tiny ladle and my little bowl, and I'm going to ping them together. And it fills with a little bit of liquid, and I'm going to throw it into Ro's eyes. It's like a fishy bouillabaisse. It's lesser restoration.
Ooh, okay. That will indeed. Yep. Suddenly your eye, it's, he hits you with the clear eyes. Your eyes are no longer burning.
That's much better. Smells a bit fishy, though. Thank you.
Yeah, it does that. Sorry.
Let's run.
So,
I presume there's still, like, sauce chasing
Yes.
after us.
Oh God, yes. Oh yeah, absolutely. Even in the time that like you stop to get your eyes fixed, you can already see the marinara bubbling up from behind you.
I'll make sure Cherry is in front of me in that case.
Okay. And as you guys rush for the elevator, you can see it's already starting to rise back up by the time you guys get to it. Like the last of you has to like hop up onto it as it rises. And it is rising faster than the level of marinara, but you can see like by the time you are above the ceiling, the entire grand chamber is flooded and is filling up with this marinara. And you have a feeling that when the elevator reaches the top, the mountain will probably be erupting. And you're going to need to hoof it. So getting to the top. In fact, sure enough, yeah, you reach the top and you can feel the ground shaking. There is fire blasting, or not even fire, marinara blasting up into the evening sky now. Big chunks of meatball and cheese raining down amongst the dead trees and the rocks and barren ground of the side of Mount Linguine. You guys run for it. At this point, no dice necessary. You guys know the way. You are able to beat most of the oncoming marinara. Fortunately, this is not the... In fact, hang on. No, it would be moving faster than you, but there's a river. You are able to... And it's a rapid flowing river. So for the sake of expediency, I'm just trying to get you guys out of here. You guys...
It was going to be my suggestion anyway.
Jump into the water and its rapids carry you down the mountain. It gets a little warm, but you can see higher up it would be a lot worse not. Eventually the river carries you down to your horses. No, I'm sorry, you told the horses to go home. No, it doesn't.
Unless they stop.
Eventually you can get out of the river and follow it the rest of the way back. It is a 3-day walk back to Orivali. I need to pull my notes now. For the sake of time, eventually you make your way back to Orivali. Chef Bayardini V is ecstatic to see you, and even more so to see the Sprig. You are paid in full. Let's see. Did you guys all plan on sticking around for the preliminaries? Did you want to keep any of the Sprig? Like, are you delivering all of it, or are you?
I'm gonna hide some slivers of it.
Yeah, I would do the same.
For each of us, yeah.
Okay. And
I was also
Ro-
hoping that you'd have him ask us, because I was gonna be like, "What, Rosemary?"
I was planning to. We're like an hour and a half over.
Oh yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's all good.
Ro, you do, as you are pocketing your little Sprig, you do hear, very good. Very good. And you feel someone is very satisfied, and you get a sense of like, we'll talk later.
Nice.
Those of you who stick around for the preliminaries, the spaghetti andalonies that Chef Bayardini makes blows the chefs away. Like, they don't even want... They are required by law to continue the competition after trying it, but like, it's kind of like, yeah, come on, get this done with. Let's do this. It is no contest. They are wholly voting for the spaghetti andalonies, and each of you is given your 5% royalties, and each of you is given an invitation to attend 1 week from now the official festival competition in Iolaire, where the recipe will be competing against other legendary dishes, the best chefs in the country. But that is another tale. And so closes the book. Book 1, if you will, of Andalon Tales, The Sprig of 1000 Sensations.
I think the only thing to add before we go is that I'd probably tell Matey Boy that his granddad's was in a mountain guardian.
Oh, he absolutely does not believe you.
Oh.
Not at all.
I have two points before we end. One, I know I technically didn't try the great grandsons, but would it be better than the grandfathers?
Oh God, no.
And I just wanted to say as well, like, being in there alone, as soon as everybody had left, I just put my shield and my mace to the side, and I just sit on the top step, looking at the other sprigs, and that's where, yeah.
Okay. And you feel like even as the eruption comes to an end, you feel a psychic connection to the entire mountain. You can sense the spirit of Marinara. You sense each individual sprig. You even sense the Hungerer, a giant tentacled Marinara monster out in the caldera. You sense, like, your will is exerted over everything, over the traps, the pasta crafting, the sauce factory buried within the mountain. You are Mount Linguine, effectively.
Ooh.
Which also tells you that he was watching you. He knew all along you guys were here. He probably even sampled the spaghetti that you presented to him.
Oh.
My last little thing would be like, I have the little bit of rosemary, and I'm like, yes, I can finally beat Gertrude. And then I look at it, and I think about it, and I'm like, I haven't seen my grandkids in quite a while. I think I'll make them a meal. So I use that for
instead of a competition.
Nice.
Very nice. What about you guys on the other side of the Zoom call? Sophie, Cheery, any epilogue for you two?
Cheery will spend some time communing with the Soup Lord and thinking about Carrot and Carrot's selfless sacrifice, and realize that this has been a very moving and, one might even say, stupendous, supernatural adventure.
Oh,
Nice.
fine, fair enough.
Like it. Mm-hmm.
Oh man, how about you, Sophie?
Sophie would stay for the competition. I mean, she can't leave without being in a competition. And after she wins that, she would head home to her father in Kaldheim, and make preparations to become the new Meatmeister of the city. Take over her father's job.
You're certainly ready.
Now that she's ready and has seen the world.
Okay. What about you, Ro? Did you have anything epilogue-y?
Not really. My not that I would share, at least. I think I'd try and split the sample I got half designated to my patron and half to my own use.
That's
The patron?
more than fair.
Who's that? Who's your patron?
Hmm?
Who is that? Who's that guy?
Okay.
I'm not going to share in case roasting comes back at some point.
That's fair, because as you guys might have caught, there are actually 12 Herbs of Ages, so there's plenty of room for sequels. And that's our tale. Thank you guys for thanks for staying so late. One shots always seem like they go a little long. I did cut stuff, but apparently I didn't cut enough. Thank you guys. This was really awesome.
We're slow.
Yeah, thanks for DMing. That was great.
Thank you for the game.
Thanks
That
for
was awesome.
letting me play an old person. I've always wanted to do that.
Thanks for coming in with an old person. Before I'm not hanging up the Zoom call yet, but YouTube, thank you guys for watching. I hope you enjoyed this Halloween special. Have a good fall harvest and eat something delicious.
Happy Halloween.
Yeah, happy Halloween.